be open. Comme il est mercredi, nous commençons.
As it is Wednesday, we will begin with the national anthem. I will recognize the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, to patriot love in all nations communes, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This coming weekend, I have the great honour of coaching 4 exceptionally talented young girls from British Columbia at the National Youth Bowling 5-Pin Championships. Portia Eldon, Mackenzie Lucar, Callie Campbell, and Janaea White, all from Sparwood, will represent British Columbia in the Bantam Girls Division. Ces 4 jeunes filles.
These 4 young girls, aged 8 to 10 years old, have worked very hard to achieve the level where they can participate in a national competition.
The national championships are being hosted by the great province of Newfoundland Labrador. I encourage anyone who will be out in the St. John's area on May 5th, 6th, and 7th to come out to the local 5-pin bowling centres and watch the best youth bowlers in Canada compete for national titles. Good luck to all the competitors and coaches.
The
honourable member for Richmond-Tabasca. The worst fears of the Quebec nation have happened 1 year after the accession to power of a majority Conservative government. This bulldozer government is pushing through its legislative agenda. It maintains an all-Canadian economic policy favoring the industries that suit it, with leaving its hands in its pockets when it comes to Avios, Electrolux, Maybe, Rock-Ten, and others. It tore up the Kyoto Accord and came back with the authority of the financial markets in Toronto. The other Federalist parties are accomplices in this management of Canada. They don't care about bilingualism for the Supreme Court justices or the Auditor General. They salute Canada in rejecting the Davy contract. The Bloc Québécois wants to put Quebec back to work with heart and passion. Mr. Speaker, the man of 1,000 voices left us yesterday. It was very close to my home at the Théâtre de la Ville de Longueuil that Jean-Guy Moreau gave his last show on a Friday in April 2012. As the predecessor of all the greats today, Jean-Guy Moreau called his approach impressionistic. He always profoundly appropriated the personalities of his subjects, imitating them from the inside out, a great catalyst in the evolution of Quebec society from the Quebec Revolution, Quiet Revolution till today. Jean-Guy Moreau will have accompanied us to the very end. In the words of his friend Robert Charlevoix, this is a whole swath of Quebec history that is gone. A true pearl in the jewelry box of Quebec culture, we will recall his unforgettable parody of the classic Charlevoix song, I'm Just an Ordinary Guy, sung at the persona of René Lévesque. Our thoughts are with his children, Véronique, Antoine, and Sophie, who just published a biography of her father. What can we say except thank you, Jean-Guy Moreau. You were everything but ordinary.
The honourable member for New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago, Canadians elected a strong, stable, national majority government. That government offered Canadians a responsible fiscal plan, economic leadership, and a track record of keeping our great country afloat during turbulent economic times. Instead of raising taxes on everything with a job-destroying carbon tax or adding regulations, Canadians chose lower taxes to stimulate jobs and growth. Thanks to the policies of our government, Canada has become one of the freest economies in the world, as rated by the Fraser Institute. As a result, we are one of the best countries in the world to open a business and create jobs. We want to cut the tax burden, not raise taxes and cut opportunity. We want to lower the tax rates on all families, all the way up the income ladder, so each of us will have a greater incentive to work harder, climb higher, and help Canada grow. I am proud to sit as a government member, and I look forward to implementing our low-tax, low-debt agenda to ensure Canada remains the envy of the world and a creator of wealth and opportunity for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Thank you. Today, the Liberal Party has become the most open party in Canada's political history. During our biennial convention, delegates voted to make changes in the structure of the party by creating a new category and thus giving all Canadians an opportunity to express their support to the Liberal Party and help its leader. The launch of this initiative marks the start of a long era of reconstruction to reunite all Liberals across the country and to recruit Liberal sympathizers. This is part of a new generation of Liberals who will help our party modernize and develop with a view to the 2015 election. By favoring change and developing a progressive agenda that responds to the expectations of Canadians, we encourage all Canadians who value growth, hope, and equality of opportunity to join us to build the Liberal program. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government has done more than any other federal government to ensure a vibrant auto sector in Canada, with historic R&D funding for lighter, fuel-efficient and safer vehicles, a major investment in Ford's Essex engine plant, and a new third shift of high-paying jobs, major border funding for expanded trade and just-in-time delivery, a Canada-U.S. Beyond the Border Pact to further harmonize regulations and secure long-term, speedy access for car makers and suppliers, and low taxes that fuel reinvestment in technology and products to keep auto workers on the job. Most important, when the global recession sideswiped our economy, our government stood by auto workers, their families and communities by helping Chrysler and GM restructure. But the NDP, with so many CAW bosses on its front bench, voted against every measure to support auto workers. Mr. Speaker, our government is getting the job done for the auto sector.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in this House today to support the candidacy of the City of Drummondville for the 50th final of the Quebec Games in 2015. It's with great enthusiasm and pride to see the Quebec Games come to Drummondville that a candidacy committee has been created. I remind you that this 50th final of the Quebec Games would take place during the 200th anniversary of the founding of the City of Drummondville. In honor of this historic event, the candidacy committee chose to bring back the founder, Frédéric Georges-Riot, by creating the mascot Fred. By supporting Drummondville's candidacy through activities that celebrate sport, recreation, and competition, the program fosters sports among the young and accompanies them in their quest for excellence. This is a good way to get young Quebecers to move and have sport be a big part of their lives.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian musician Jill Siemens, the founder of the famous Canadian Tenors, has done it again. She's created another group of 3 world-class tenors known as Tenore. Most Canadians haven't heard of Tenore yet, but like the Canadian Tenors, their music will soon be enjoyed around the world. I heard Tenore sing last Saturday night here in Ottawa. Their rendition of the Lord's Prayer was the best I've ever heard, and it brought people to tears. It was absolutely incredible. One of the tenors is Shane Weeb from Canadian Idol. Wow, those men can sing. Yesterday, Tenore thrilled those attending Canada's National Prayer Breakfast They sing again tonight in Toronto, then head west to continue their Canadian tour in beautiful British Columbia. I encourage everyone to check out and enjoy the inspiring music of tenore.
And beautiful language.
Sounds Italian. It's tenor plus an E. Thank you.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just over a month ago, Canada lost a great patriot. Mr. Leonard Braithwaite, Canada's first black parliamentarian, died at 88 years of age. First elected to the Ontario legislature in 1963, Mr. Braithwaite pushed to end the segregation of black children in Ontario schools, which then Education Minister Bill Davis acted upon. Later, he became the first black bencher of the Law Society of Upper Canada and was appointed both to the Orders of Ontario and Canada. Born to West Indian parents and raised in Toronto, he joined the Royal Canadian Air Force in 1943, serving with No. 6 Bomber Command in Yorkshire, England, during World War II. And after the war, he returned to Canada and graduated from the University of Toronto, Harvard Business School, and Osgoode Hall Law School. Mr. Braithwaite was a great Canadian who blazed a trail for future generations. He leaves behind a remarkable legacy for his home province and for Canada.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, I am paying tribute to Mary Simon, President of ITK. Mary addressed key issues that affect Inuits, such as youth suicide, violence against women, obesity, diabetes, TB rates, housing conditions, and the Inuit struggle to maintain their traditions and language. Mary held several leadership positions, including President of the Northern Quebec Inuit Association, President of the Inuit Circumpolar Council, Canada's Ambassador for Circumpolar Affairs, and Chair of the Arctic Council. She headed the Makivik Corporation responsible for implementing the James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement and was policy coordinator of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples. She was one of the Inuit negotiators during the constitutional discussions which led to the recognition of Aboriginal rights in the Constitution Act of 1982. Mary Simon has been an environmental advocate for the Right to Be Cold campaign, which highlights the rapidly changing ecology of the Arctic. This campaign calls for the protection of the environment and the Inuit way of life. I want to thank Mary Simon for the remarkable work she has done over the past 40 years. She has devoted her life to achieving social justice for Inuit. Enjoy a well-deserved break. You will be missed.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Today, Canadians endorsed our government with a majority. We were given a strong mandate to secure Canadians' prosperity. Only the Conservative Party put forward a serious, workable plan, one now seen in Economic Action Plan 2012. Canadians understood that and sent our government back to Ottawa in greater numbers to turn these promises into a new Canadian reality. We remain focused on jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for Canadian families. Economic Action Plan 2012 keeps taxes low, cuts direct program expenses, and carries us on towards a balanced budget. Canada's economic performance vindicates our approach. Our low-tax, low-debt plan for jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity is working. Since the depths of the recession, nearly 700,000 jobs have been created. More Canadians are working now than ever before. Our Conservative government made a promise to Canadians to ensure their prosperity. We've kept that promise, and we will continue to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, May 5th, communities across Canada and throughout the world will celebrate the International Day of the Midwife. I rise in the House today to acknowledge the role midwives play as key partners in efforts to tackle maternal, newborn, and infant mortality worldwide and here at home. Canada and the world need midwives more now than ever. They provide close-to-home primary care during pregnancy, birth, and the postpartum period. Midwives provide a safe, effective, and low-cost solution to the challenges still faced by women in rural, remote, and particularly Aboriginal communities across Canada. In the lead-up to the International Day of the Midwife, I join women and their families in recognizing the contributions of midwives to building healthy communities and celebrate the potential to build on this success for all women across Canada.
Great statement.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Mr. Speaker, 1 year ago today, Canadians gave our Conservative government a strong mandate to focus on what matters most to them: jobs, economic growth and long-term prosperity. An important part of this focus is our plan for responsible resource development, which has benefits right across this country. For example, in my riding of Northumberland Quinte West, one of the largest private sector employers is Cameco, which refines uranium mined in Saskatchewan. Our plan will ensure a streamlined and timely regulatory process for major resource projects, including projects at Cameco facility in Port Hope. Responsible resource development will bring billions of dollars of new investment to Canada and create enormous potential for job growth in all regions of this country. Our plan for responsible resource development will ensure major resource projects continue to create good, skilled, well-paying jobs for Canadians, while at the same time protecting the environment. Mr. Speaker, that is why my constituents and Canadians from all regions are behind our plan. Absolutely.
The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the Liberal Party became the most open party in Canadian political history with the launch of the new Liberal supporter category. At our January biennial convention, Liberal delegates voted to make historic changes to the party structure by creating a new Liberal supporter category that gives every single Canadian the chance to register their support for the Liberal Party and choose our next leader. With this launch, the next phase of our rebuilding begins. In the coming days, Liberals across the country will be engaging and recruiting Liberal supporters. Liberal supporters will be part of a new generation of Liberals that will help modernize our party, grow, driving change, helping us to craft a progressive policy platform that will speak to Canadians as we move towards the next election. We encourage all Canadians to share in our belief, hope, and equality of opportunity to join with us and the Liberal movement and build a better Canada. Go to www.liberal.ca today and sign up now so you can choose the next Prime Minister of Canada.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Aung San Suu Kyi fought tirelessly for over 2 decades to defend freedom, peace, democracy, and human rights for the Burmese people. She continues to this day within their parliament to make Burma a better country. These changes are an opportunity for peoples, for elected representatives, and for the government to support democratic cooperation. I know that our government and all Canadians are prepared to support the Burmese and help build a democratic society and a society at peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. A year ago today, Mr. Speaker, Canadians changed the face of political life in Canada forever. Of course, there was the ascent of the NDP to official opposition status, which was a first, but the change in mentality was even more impressive. Millions of Canadians turned their back on cynicism and renounced the old way of doing politics. They took the measures necessary to have their voices heard. They said yes to hope and optimism. May 2nd marks the anniversary of the arrival of new voices in our political landscape, younger and more representative voices, more representative of our diversity, our cities, our provinces, and our country. So I wish everyone a happy anniversary. We only have 3 more before we replace this tired government.
The honourable member for Nepean Carleton.
S&P has now downgraded government debt for 9 euro currency countries. Greek and Portuguese debt is now rated at junk status. Even the EU bailout fund has been downgraded. Soon, the bailout fund will need a bailout. Yet amazingly, the NDP leader said on Monday that the EU countries are not borrowing and spending enough. It shows that here at home, the NDP would bury us in taxes, smother us in debt, and in the spirit of egalitarianism, evenly redistribute misery to all. Conservatives choose the Canadian way, a low-tax, low-debt, pro-trade plan for jobs and growth. The NDP leader should listen to Tommy Douglas, who said, "The problem with socialists is they let their bleeding hearts go to their bloody heads."
Oral questions orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yes or no?
After 1 year, the Conservatives' record is this: choosing their friends and the most fortunate before everyone else. And yet they were elected on a promise of accountability. Here's the latest example. Whereas thousands of people are following the rules and waiting their turn to be admitted to Canada, the Conservative government is giving a free pass to Conrad Black, a British criminal who is still jailed in an American penitentiary. This is a matter of state that the Prime Minister must take seriously. Why are the friends of this regime not following the same rules as everyone else? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Minister was very clear. This is a decision that was made by government officials according to the law.
Yesterday and again today is suggesting that public servants are taking decisions in these matters that are biased, prejudiced, and even racist. He's making these intemperate allegations without any evidence whatsoever. It's entirely inappropriate. We have public servants who administer the law, and we respect the law.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The very foundation of our society is the rule of law, that all of us are equal under the law. Conrad Black is a British citizen. He's still in U.S. jail. He was convicted of serious crimes in the United States. Why is he being given special treatment? The fact of the matter is no one else has ever been in that situation of being still in jail, having his dossier marched around all the offices of the minister and getting his approval before even getting out of the slammer. The only exceptional circumstance in this case, he's a friend of the Conservatives. Why is the Prime Minister affording special treatment to his insider friends? Why is he not tough on crime when it comes to his Conservative cronies?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, aspersions are being cast on public servants without any evidence. I think the Leader of the NDP owes them an apology. There has been no involvement of anyone on the political side of government in this. It would be just as easy for us if Mr. Black were not allowed to come to Canada, but that is not the judgment of those who administer the law. If the Leader of the NDP is suggesting the law should be changed, I'd be delighted to see what those changes would be. But we on the government side have to administer and have to let our public servants administer the law as it is and not apply political criteria to admissibility or non-admissibility.
Order, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This file points to a government that is worn out and tired. Its golden rule is their friends first. $16 orange juice, helicopters used as taxis to go fishing, partisan appointments. It's just like the good old Mulroney years. Both hands in the cookie jar. Here's the latest. $600,000 wasted for limousine standby. They're cutting services, they're telling everyone else to tighten their belts, but they're not even able to manage their own limousines. When is it going to be when's the party going to be over on the other side? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that this government was re-elected because the Canadian economy is the envy of the world. That was the case last year, and it is now even the case even more than ever. The reality is that the performance of our economy is superior because this government is protecting the interests of Canadian families who work hard and who respect the law, and our government will continue on this course.
Well, the life of a Conservative cabinet minister. You get to live like royalty, and you only ever have to apologize once you've been caught. Like, what's with this predilection for limousines? They're cutting border services, they're cutting food inspection, they're shortchanging seniors, but the cabinet ministers are not cutting back on the limousines. Over $600,000 in standby in just 1 year. How can they have the nerve to tell Canadians the cupboard is bare while these ministers' front benches are stuffing themselves on perks and entitlements?
The Honourable President of the Treasury.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable member should know that we're always looking for reasonable ways to make sure that government lives within its means and that we're reasonable to the taxpayers. But I think the Honourable member and his party should know that we are living by the rules. When we have collective agreements with workers, we apply those collective agreements, including overtime, Mr. Speaker. And in this case, our ministers are working long hours for the economy, long hours for jobs, long hours for the people of Canada, and sometimes that means a little bit of overtime by the drivers.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, all Canadians work long hours, and they don't expect to get personal chauffeurs. But they do expect that cabinet ministers will treat their taxpayers' dollars with respect. Now, the Muskoka minister himself had a driver on standby for 360 days. How is that reasonable? Mr. Speaker, when is this government going to rein in this outrageous sense of entitlement? Because for crying out loud, even Batman drives his own car.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member's mixing apples with oranges. My driver was not paid for 360 days of overtime. I can assure the House of that. But what we are doing is looking at the picture of drivers and their cars and making sure that we can have a reasonable approach to this. So if the honourable member has a suggestion, which would apply to his leader as well, I might add, I'm sure we'd have no disagreement on that, then we'd be prepared to look at it. But to drag us through the mud, as the honourable member does, time and again. Last time he threw allegations at me. The Speaker, you, Mr. Speaker, found no cause for that, and still waiting for his apology for that.
Yeah. The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, the Minister of National Defence, and the Minister for Public Works have all stated, as well as the Government House Leader, that they accept not only the recommendations of the Auditor General with respect to the fighter jet program, but they also accept the conclusions, his findings. I wonder if the Prime Minister could comment, how does he expect us to take this seriously when his Deputy Minister yesterday testified that he thought the Auditor General had, quote, got it wrong? How those two things compare and compute, Mr. Speaker?
Yeah. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, of course they don't, which is why the Deputy Minister, of course, did not say any such thing. The Deputy Minister was very clear in his overall comments that, like the government, he accepts the conclusions of the report, and the government is moving forward on that basis. And the leader of the Liberal Party knows full well he is taking what the Deputy Minister said on a very small matter completely out of context.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's understand what the conclusions of the Auditor General were. 2.76, he says that the replacement aircraft were not accounted for, upgrades were not accounted for, the cost of weapons were not accounted for, the true cost of annual maintenance was not accounted for, and 2.80 and 81, he says that the National Defence did not exercise due diligence, which National Defence objected to, and which it would appear still objects to with respect to the findings of the Auditor General. You're now creating a new process. How can Canadians trust the integrity of this process when your own deputies and your own departments are not following?
I'll just remind the Honourable Member for Toronto Centre to address his question through the Chair. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General made some very clear findings with regard to this matter. He took submissions on this matter from the various departments involved. The Auditor General issued his report. The government and the departments in question have accepted the conclusions of that report, and we've been very clear in some detail how we're moving forward on that, and we will make sure that the Canadian Air Force has the best equipment available and that our aviation industry continues to participate in the development of world-class aircraft.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre. Perhaps the Prime Minister can tell us simply whether the government accepts the conclusions of the Auditor General, who in the government is going to take responsibility for the fact that the Canadian public, the Canadian Parliament, were clearly misled by their own government. It is the government of this Prime Minister that is refusing to take any kind of responsibility for the problems that were set out so clearly by the Auditor General. Who, on the other side, is truly responsible, Mr. Speaker? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as it is well known, the Auditor General questioned the figures of the Department of National Defence, and this government committed to re-examining these figures to determine the facts and to share the results of this review with Parliament. That is what we're going to do, as we have already promised. The Honourable Member for HoC. Mr. Speaker, The lavish lifestyle of the Conservative ministers is shocking and contrasts with the unbridled cuts to services. While the government is slashing funding for food safety, air safety, and OAS, the Conservatives are spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to keep their drivers on standby. The minister responsible for the G8 slush fund even kept a driver on standby for 360 days. Has the Conservative aristocracy decided to take advantage of the Canadian taxpayers because they realize that this is their last term in office? When will they put a stop to this shameless waste? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, as I already said, we are constantly seeking ways of managing the government apparatus at a reasonable cost for taxpayers. And as I said, we're examining salaries and overtime of the drivers are based on a collective agreement that is negotiated with the unions. And I would presume that the NDP supports that principle, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur le Président, il faut bien être un ministre conservateur pour se réjouir de gaspiller l'argent du monde, mais juste un petit peu moins que les libéraux. On pourrait croire qu'ils sont en train de jouer à un jeu, à un concours de l'autre.
I think there's a problem with the interpretation. Has it been corrected? The Honourable Member for HoC. He may start again. So you have to be a Conservative minister to enjoy the fact that you're wasting taxpayers' money almost as much as Liberals, in fact. It's as if the people on the other side of the House are holding a contest. The biggest waster is the biggest winner. The Minister of Public Works wasted over $40,000 to have her driver twiddle his thumbs. They're not answering questions. Why are the drivers waiting? So the ministers can make their getaway faster? Before cutting essential services to citizens, can the members of the cabinet stop living like royalty? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. As I've already said, Mr. Speaker, we need to review this situation because we look at all situations in this government to make it possible for the government apparatus to function at a reasonable cost. And if there are suggestions from the other side, then we will examine them, including from the Leader of the Opposition. I'm assuming that he has a driver as well. That's reasonable and fair. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Mr. Speaker, today is the first anniversary of the grandest electoral fraud in history. Congratulations to the other side. While the Conservatives continue to claim that only one single person orchestrated all of this, one of the architects of a similar fraud in the United States says that this process has been imported from the United States and calls for money and coordination. Will the Conservatives finally acknowledge the scope of the fraud of May 2nd of last year and give Elections Canada the investigative powers it needs? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, when I saw the member rise to address this matter, I thought he was going to apologize. His honourable colleague from Winnipeg has already had to apologize for having made false allegations in this regard, false allegations that his party repeated on several occasions. So now I hope that the NDP members will stand up to do the right thing, the honourable thing, to repeat the apologies from the member for Winnipeg. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
Same old answers, same old tactics, Mr. Speaker. The guy who literally wrote the book on how to rig an election in the U.S. is saying these tactics were likely imported from the Republicans' playbook. He said, and I quote, "The thing that stands out most egregiously is the number of writings involved," and called Canadian voter suppression a systematic and sophisticated operation. He said this would have taken a lot of money and a lot of coordination. Mr. Speaker, when will this government come clean about the role of Conservative operatives in this U.S.-style election suppression scheme?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary, Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I thought perhaps he was changing official languages so that he could make his apology in English. But sadly, instead of apologizing for past false statements, he made new ones. And, Mr. Speaker, I encourage the next New Democrat to rise in his place, acknowledge what the member for Winnipeg, the New Democratic Party, has already been forced to acknowledge, that the NDP is making false and baseless allegations without any evidence whatsoever.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear a Conservative majority is rolling the clock back on women's rights. A year ago, Conservatives promised not to reopen the abortion debate, and yet last week we were debating a Conservative motion that did just that. Conservatives even chose an anti-abortion group to help them hand out Diamond Jubilee medals. They've made promises such as addressing the violence experienced by Aboriginal women. So many words and no action. Why won't the government live up to its promises to Canadian women?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government is concerned about women, and we have increased funding for women to its highest level ever.
Yes, sir, we have.
Since 2007, we have approved more than $42 million in projects designed to help end violence against women and girls. Thank you.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, repeating official talking points does not make them real. In addition to reopening the abortion debate, the Conservatives are also backing down on pay equity. Government contracts will no longer be subject to employment equity rules. Here's another example. 3/4 of seniors living in poverty are women, and yet this government is slashing old age security. Will this government finally tackle issues that concern women instead of attacking women?
Across the country to promote greater economic prosperity for women and girls. Since 2007, we have approved more than $42 million in projects and they're designed to help end violence against women and girls. Our government has increased funding for women to its highest level ever, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Canadians were shocked to learn that while others have to wait in line, unrepentant, convicted British citizen Conrad Black is allowed to waltz right back into Canada. Conservatives and their double standards. One set of rules for their friends, another for everyone else. Conrad Black gets fast-tracked into Canada, while British gadfly George Galloway has the door slammed in his face, simply because Conservatives disagree with his politics. Is this the fairness Conservatives run on? Special treatment for their friends?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, it's a matter of public record that Mr. Galloway received a preliminary assessment of inadmissibility from the immigration program manager in London, based primarily on his having given tens of thousands of dollars in cash to Ismail Haniyeh, the head of the banned-prescribed illegal anti-Semitic terrorist organization called Hamas. And with respect to Mr. Black, as I made clear yesterday, I indicated to the department that if there was a pending application, there should be no communication with myself or my office to ensure that it would be considered in the same fair and independent fashion that our public servants do with over 10,000 temporary resident permits that they admit every year.
Bravo. The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
This government sure hasn't hesitated to keep out peoples it disagrees with. However, the policy is clear. Exemptions require exceptional circumstances. A 22-year-old American wanting to come to Canada to visit his girlfriend was denied entry because of a DUI conviction he got while he was a teenager. So why does unrepentant, convicted criminal Conrad Black get in while so many others are being denied? Why this special treatment for a criminal?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, the member should know that the Immigration Refugee Protection Act permits foreign nationals who are inadmissible to Canada for reasons of criminality to apply for a temporary resident permit to overcome their criminality. Every year, department officials receive applications for such TRPs. They last year issued some 11,000. About 7,000 of those were for foreign nationals with criminal records, about 900 for people with serious criminal records. Mr. Speaker, every foreign national who is inadmissible can make an application. They're all considered based on the same legal criteria by our highly trained independent public servants.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have had enough of this government's double standard. There's one set of rules for Canadians and another for the Conservatives and their cronies. Canada has turned away 2 activists from Code Pink, Anne Wright and Medea Benjamin. Their crime? They tried to table a peaceful petition with the United Nations. Quite a threat to our safety. Why are progressive activists turned away by the Conservatives, and yet notorious British criminal Conrad Black is welcomed with open arms? Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the decision on the admissibility to Canada of foreigners these decisions are made by public servants according to principles that are firmly established in the law. So I do not understand the NDP's position. Are they suggesting that the elected officials, that politicians should make decisions on applications for a temporary resident permit? Or is their position that only those who have the approval of the NDP should be admitted to the country? We support the law, and we will consider.
Honourable member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, a year in, the government is showing how tired and corrupt it really is. The CEDA minister, who believes taxpayers are there only to support her lavish lifestyle. The Minister of Industry, who believes industrial development is keeping the Ethics Commissioner's office at work, investigating himself 3 times. A Treasury Board Minister of gazebo fame, and the Minister of Defence. Helicopters as his personal limousine, and of course the $9 billion fib. How can the Prime Minister condone such a crew of tainted ministers? How can he condone that?
Yeah.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, that's a member of Parliament from the party of the sponsorship scandal, the party that spent far more on hospitality, on travel, than their successors in this Conservative government. Takes some courage for him to rise and even pose a question like that. The fact is, this is a government that has held high standards and delivered high results for Canadians, delivered economic success and prosperity at a time when countries all around the world, similar developed economies, have had real challenges. We're the only economy that's recovered at the rate we have. All the jobs lost during the economic downturn, some 700,000 net new jobs during that downturn. We will continue to stay focused on economy. That's what Canadians want.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, where this government has truly excelled is in lowering ethical standards and eliminating ministerial accountability. With the Minister of Defence, who uses the cormorant as a personal taxi, and in addition hides the truth from Canadians concerning the F-35 costs. With the Minister of Industry, who is the Ethics Commissioner's best customer. With a Minister of International Aid, who did not have the decency to pay for her $16 orange juice until she was caught out by the media. Why are the Prime Minister's standards so low for ministerial ethics? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Liberal record on these matters of ethics and standards is very, very clear. It's the reasons why Canadians elected a Conservative government. It's why the reason Canadians a year ago gave a majority mandate to this Conservative government, because this Conservative government has understood that what Canadians want to see are lower taxes, those tax dollars treated with respect, a focus on the economy, a focus on their jobs, their prosperity, the strength of their futures, and that's what we see in the most recent budget, a focus again on the long-term economic prosperity and future opportunities for Canadians and subsequent generations of Canadians, their children and their children's children. That's what we're delivering.
Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, this government is tainted by the largest electoral fraud scandal in our country's history. Canadians are realizing they just can't trust this government. The government didn't have the courage to campaign on gutting environmental regulations. They didn't tell Canadians they would cut legislation that puts their health and safety at risk. Can the minister please explain why he's killing 50 years of safeguards? And does he have the conviction to hive off environmental gutting from the budget?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that question was all over the yard, but I can assure my honourable colleague that while the previous Liberal government paid mere lip service to the environment, this government is getting things done. We're spending more money on water quality, on on water monitoring, working with our international partners to reduce greenhouse gas funds. And
the Honourable Minister of the Environment has the floor. Wait.
Let's go again.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Speaker, yesterday the Deputy Minister of National Defence told the Public Accounts Committee that the Cabinet was provided with the full $25 billion projected cost of the F-35 jets. And I wonder, will the Minister now confirm that it was the Cabinet that indeed had both figures, the full $25 billion figure and the $14.7 billion figure, and that they decided to use the smaller figure for public consumption, hiding $10 billion from Canadians? Are these the two sets of books that the Parliamentary Budget Officer was talking about?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, firstly, Mr. Speaker, let me say this member is becoming quite adept at putting inaccurate information before the House of Commons. He does so quite regularly. It should come as no surprise to him that the Cabinet, that the government have oversight and approval over major capital projects for the Department of National Defence, and in fact for the entire government. We have, as a principle, put in place a comprehensive response to the Auditor General's concerns that were raised over this procurement. This will have the oversight of independent individuals in the Secretariat, which will be overseen by the Department of Public Works, Mr. Speaker. And we are proceeding with a very important project that will see our Canadian skies and coastlines protected by the Canadian Forces for many years to come.
Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we don't know how many books there were, but we know that there were at least two columns, one for internal use and one for public consumption. Right. According to Deputy Minister Fonberg, the left-hand column was for decision-making and the right-hand column was reported to the public. Now, Conservatives knew long before the last election what the real figures were, but they decided to keep them hidden from Canadians. When will this minister finally accept the entire report of the Auditor General on the F-35s and admit that they misled both Parliament and the public?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, we have, of course, been very clear throughout. We accept the recommendation of the Auditor General. We accept that report. We have responded to it in a very precise way with a plan forward to improve accountability, to improve transparency. The reality is that these figures have been before the Canadian public. We have acquisition costs, which are clear, maintenance costs, and, of course, operating costs. We have followed previous practices to ensure that those numbers were brought forward, Mr. Speaker, and we will continue to act upon the recommendations of the Auditor General.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, either we accept the conclusions of the Auditor General or we accept those of the Deputy Minister of National Defence. You can't have your cake and eat it too. When it comes to the F-35s, the Conservatives lost control a long time ago. They are still improvising at every turn. The Conservatives want us to believe that all options are on the table to replace the CF-18s, but the Air Force Chief of Staff confirmed yesterday that the F-35s are still the government's choice. Why are the Conservatives talking out of both sides of their mouth? The Honourable Minister of National Defence. Mr. Speaker, I have already answered this question. It is clear our government accepted the Auditor General's conclusions.
Mr. Speaker, there is now a study being done by the Public Accounts Committee. We have a secretariat in place that will provide oversight over this project in the future, greater transparency, independent insights into this issue, Mr. Speaker. We continue to act upon that recommendation, that single recommendation, as well as ensuring that the Canadian Forces have the proper equipment and investments as we continue to provide this important protection for our country.
The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, the only thing coming clear here is that this government has got our civil service caught up in its web of contradictions. In 2010, DND wrote to Public Works saying the F-35 is the only option. Public Works agreed. Yet both departments came before committee yesterday saying they were still analyzing their options. No decision has been made yet. But the Chief of Air Staff contradicted both departments. He's fixed on the F-35. So, Mr. Speaker, is the government misleading the Chief of Air Staff, or is it misleading Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, here's a shock for the member opposite. The Department of National Defence obviously receives recommendations from both members of the armed forces, in this case the Chief of the Air Staff, as well as works very closely with our Deputy Minister and the civilian side of the department. With respect to the replacement of the CF-18, Mr. Speaker, we have received a very specific recommendation from the Auditor General. We have responded with a comprehensive response that goes beyond that recommendation. This will provide the transparency, accountability and confidence that Canadians need.
Member for Okanagan-Coquihalla. Mr. Speaker, since 2006, our government has been delivering for Canadians. We have kept our word on our election promises and have always acted in the best interest of Canadian families, seniors, and all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Absolutely. It was 1 year ago today that Canadians acknowledged the tireless effort of our government by giving us a strong mandate and a strong majority government. Can the Minister of Finance please highlight some of the economic accomplishments that we have experienced over the past year?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, on the first anniversary of this Conservative majority government, Canada has the best fiscal position in the G7, the lowest overall tax rate on new business investment in the G7, the strongest job creation record in the G7, the best financial system in the world, is the best place for business to invest and grow and create jobs, and has the highest credit rating in the world. Wow. Mr. Speaker, we will remain focused on jobs, the economy, and long-term prosperity for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
During the last election campaign, the Conservatives did not announce a planned attack against our national parks. Yesterday, they cut 1,600 jobs at Parks Canada. Today, we learned that they want to sell parks and privatize the hot springs at Banff, Jasper, and Radium. It was the discovery of those hot springs over a century ago that led to the creation of our first national park. Why does the minister want to sell off our national heritage? The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
My honourable colleague has the numbers entirely wrong. They're exaggerated, and that will be corrected in coming days. What Parks Canada is doing, Mr. Speaker, is ensuring cost-effective delivery of world-class services and visitor experience. And with regards to the Canadian Rockies hot springs, we have announced that we will invite the proposals to operate these hot springs because, Mr. Speaker, the private sector does it better. Parks Canada is not responsible for operating hotels, golf courses, or swimming pools.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Wow. Well, on the campaign, the Conservatives actually promised that the cuts would happen through attrition. And a year later, they're chopping up jobs and they're selling off our parks. Canada's national parks were founded on the principle that public should have access to public spaces and our heritage sites. But Parks Canada, as we know, confirmed that a new private operator will determine access for Canadians when we own it. This is the same minister who also greenlighted the privatization of Jasper National Park. So first, our glaciers, and now our hot springs. Which of our natural treasures will this minister put up for sale next?
Well, Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my colleague is going from the sublime to the ridiculous. Parks Canada is in the business of protecting our natural spaces. In these national parks where we have facilities like golf courses, swimming pools, or hotels, these services are much better provided by the private sector, and we will continue to operate exactly that way, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives never campaigned on gutting environmental protection, but that's exactly what they're doing. Let me read a quote. This is a covert attempt to gut the Fisheries Act. It is appalling to be attempting to do this under the radar, unquote. Who said that? Former Conservative Fisheries Minister Tom Sidden. Whoa. He also said that this minister is the one remaining person in Canada to protect this marvelous, historic, important resource, our fishery. That's his job. So the question is, why won't this minister do his job?
The Honourable Minister of
Mr. Speaker, thank you to the member opposite. Of course, inaccurate as usual.
Mr. Speaker, there are massive improvements to the Act that the opposition is blatantly ignoring. In fact, our government's changes that will improve several areas of the Act and will provide tools that will identify ecologically sensitive areas that require enhanced protection, make Fisheries Act conditions enforceable, allow higher maximum penalties for rule breakers, Mr. Speaker. It will also allow the creation of new, clear and accessible guidelines for Canadians to follow for projects in or near the water. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For New Westminster, Coquitlam.
This government won't listen to former ministers, fishermen, Canadians. It won't even listen to its own commission. The Prime Minister created the Cohen Commission to study the most dramatic collapse in wild salmon fishery in British Columbia's history. It has spent 2 years, $26 million hearing evidence on the importance of protecting salmon and salmon habitat. Why is this government throwing away work on the Commission and gutting protections for our wild salmon fishery?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Well, Mr. Speaker, certainly, again, not the case and entirely inaccurate in the question that's posed. We support the work of the Cohen Commission. We recognize the importance of this issue in British Columbia, not only to the people of British Columbia and the economy of British Columbia, but also to Canadians in general. We're anxiously awaiting the Cohen report. We have supported it fully, and we'll expect that report this fall. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the government no doubt enjoyed the endorsement it got today from a U.S. Republican ex-convict jailed for illegal voter suppression. His fellow operatives worked with Canadian Conservatives. This ex-con praised the Conservative robocall scam as systematic and sophisticated, all driven off the central Conservative database known as SIMS. But has the government ever used that partisan database for government business? Has SIMS ever been checked about an access to information request or a grant application or an immigration matter? How far does Big Brother reach?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
I think he reaches about 4 rows behind the honourable member to his colleague from Guelph, who was first caught and then had to admit that he sent out false auto dials to his constituents with fake phone numbers and fake identifications, Mr. Speaker. After he was caught, he then had to apologize. We all know that all of these controversies originate in his riding, that the calls went to Liberal supporters. Perhaps he should look 5 rows back to get the answers he seeks.
Order. The Honourable Member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, as each day passes, it becomes more apparent that the Conservatives are a government stained by election fraud. Canadians now know that this government deceived them by promising not to cut the old age security pensions, and then once the votes are cast, low-income seniors and baby boomers became the target. Boom. Experts agree that Conservative OAS cuts are not grounded in economic necessity, but instead they are Conservative choices. When did the Prime Minister know that he was going to break his promise to seniors? Before or after the election?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear. What the Honourable Member has just said is absolutely wrong. There are no reductions to seniors' pensions. Mr. Speaker, anyone who's currently collecting OAS, anyone who's 55 years old or older, will not see any change. Any change that's going to happen, Mr. Speaker, will take place gradually and only start being introduced in 2023. Mr. Speaker, we're doing this so that we have old age security for today's seniors, but also for future generations.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Betrayal. That is what Canadians think of the Conservatives' decision to raise the age of eligibility for old age security from 65 to 67. This is Canadians saying this, not just the opposition. The Prime Minister's office is being inundated with complaints from people who are up in arms, and rightly so. They have probably already thrown out this correspondence, but the fact is that this change will affect the most vulnerable in our society. Why are the Conservatives attacking those who are unable to save for a comfortable retirement? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we want people to be able to count on old age security. Those who are 55 or over will see no change. We will be adjusting the age from 65 to 67, but that change will begin later in 2023 and happen gradually. This is a measure we have taken to make sure that there is an old age security system for the present and future generations.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are right to feel cheated by this Prime Minister. Exactly a year ago they voted. Yet not once during the election did the Prime Minister say that a key priority for him would be to attack seniors' retirement income. And now we see why. Canadians are upset and are telling the Prime Minister directly in letters and emails that they're angry about changes to OAS. Still, the Conservative government ignores them. Mr. Speaker, will this government listen to Canadians and reverse course on its attack on OAS?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
We are protecting OAS and making sure that it's there. There will be no reduction in OAS payments to any seniors who are receiving OAS today. Anyone who is 55 or older will see no reduction. We will be raising the age gradually from 65 to 67, starting, Mr. Speaker, in 2023. We want to make sure that seniors do have a secure retirement. My question, Mr. Speaker, is why do the NDP keep voting against every single thing that we do to help seniors, and that's a long list.
Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's entrepreneurs are creating growth and jobs across the country. Thanks to their efforts and their work, Canada's economy is growing again. Can the Minister of State for Small Business and Tourism inform this House of the government's initiatives to help small business in Canada? The Honourable Minister for Small Business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his extraordinary work on behalf of entrepreneurs in his region. Our government, as we promised in the election campaign, has extended the hiring tax credit. We have taken important steps to reduce red tape, but the most important thing is that we will not do what the opposition has been calling on us to do for months. We will continue to make sure that we fight for small businesses and families. We will not raise income. We will not raise taxes.
Victoria. Mr. Speaker, we all know what the Prime Minister's attitude towards Atlantic Canada is, and it's with disgust and anger that I give the one-year report card what the Conservatives have done in Cape Breton. Last fall, no money for our northern Cape Breton rink and 100 jobs cut from Service Canada. Now this spring we have 185 Parks Canada jobs affected, 10 Veteran Affairs jobs gone. And this is on top of pickpocketing our seniors. Mr. Speaker, there's nothing left for the Conservatives to plunder. Should we hide our fiddles before they take our music?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think the member's way off tune. We have made numerous investments in Atlantic Canada, not the least of which is the historic investment to build ships in Atlantic Canada for the Royal Canadian Navy. This will bring about massive opportunity, massive employment, Mr. Speaker, coupled with other important investments we have made through communities throughout Atlantic Canada, throughout Nova Scotia, Cape Breton. I'm extremely proud on the one-year anniversary of our majority government just how much time, effort and money we have put into the needs of the people of Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Member for Sackville Eastern Shore.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's 6,500 disabled veterans that aren't very proud of this government. Yesterday, a federal court judge ruled unequivocally that after 5 years of legal wrangling, the SISIP payment deduction for pain and suffering should not be deducted as income. Yet this Conservative government continues to take them to court. Now the government can do the right thing. They can stop the legal challenge, stop wasting hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayer money on lawyers, stand up, meet with Dennis Mnuchin and his legal team, reach a settlement, and give these heroes of our country, those 6,500 disabled veterans, the money that they so rightfully deserve.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, all of the inaccuracies in the member's statement come as no surprise to me. This is a member who we have seen consistently throughout his entire career vote against every single measure that has been taken by this government and previous governments to make the lives of veterans, members of the forces and their families better. I merely point to the fact that he's voted against providing funding to assist 5 new operational stress clinics, creation of the Veterans Ombudsman, deduction of $282 million to expand the Veterans Independence Program. Mr. Speaker, we have done great strides to help veterans and will continue to do so.
The honourable member for Brant.
Mr. Speaker, 1 year after our strong, stable, national majority government victory, we are proud of how much work we have done to support families. In the last election, we made specific promises to support families. Would the Minister of HRSDC please provide an update to the House with some of the promises for families that this government has delivered in the last year?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's a long list, so I'll just keep it to the highlights. Mr. Speaker, we committed to supporting the families of murdered and missing children.
I hate to cut off the honourable member, but there seems to be some side conversations going on. I'd ask members to hold off their conversation until question period's over. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources has the floor.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. But as you know, we also increased accessibility and funding for the Canada Student Loan Program. We launched the Children's Art Tax Credit and the Family Caregiver Tax Credit. Mr. Speaker, we also provided the largest increase in the Guaranteed Income Supplement for Canada's lowest income seniors that's been seen in over a decade. Mr. Speaker, we're proud to have delivered so many things for Canadian families. It's a shame that the opposition didn't support any of those things.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, almost every decision by the Conservatives is an attack on Quebec's regions. For 10 years, Economic Development Canada has funded the Youth Strategy Program at Montmagny and Lille and has produced among the best results in Quebec. 100 small businesses and 500 jobs have been created. The Minister of Transport promised the day before the election that the program would be maintained for 2 years, but now this program has been axed. Why did the government break its promise? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. In 2012, we signed an agreement rather before, and now it was for 1 year. It has now reached its expiry. We have provided assistance to small businesses in Quebec to help the regions. The only Economic Development Canada and the Quebec Ministry have funding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after being taken to court to spare the data from the firearms registry, to force Air Canada to meet its obligations and to prevent changes to the Senate, now the Conservatives are creating another legal problem with Quebec by wanting to exempt their friends, the banks, from enforcement under consumer protection legislation. Why is the Minister of Finance refusing to answer the minister's letter from Quebec to have the banks subject to legislation? Mr. Speaker, this is a strange question, especially given that over the past 2 years, 2 issues have been resolved, and that is the Old Harry Reserve and offshore oil. It's strange also to have a question from the bloc on the Senate when we are going to give the option of an election and have a limited mandate. We know that Quebecers want us to reform the Senate.
For today, a tabling of documents, dépôt des documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36-8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 23 petitions. Good?
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Leeds-Grenville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following reports of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-United States Interparliamentary Group respecting its participation in the following two meetings. Number one, the 51st annual meeting of the Regional Policy Forum of the Eastern Regional Conference that was held in Halifax, Nova Scotia, August 7th to 10th, 2011. And lastly, the 66th annual meeting of the Midwestern Legislative Conference of the Council of State Governments that was held in Indianapolis, Indiana, United States of America, July 17th to 20th, 2011. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Vegreville-Wainwright.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the third report from the Standing Committee on Natural Resources in relation to the study of the current and future state of oil and gas pipelines and refining capacity in Canada.
Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We strongly criticize the report that comes from the majority of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources because we believe that the report simply echoes this government's unbalanced oil extraction policy that simply doesn't take into consideration, Mr. Speaker, the damage to Canada's environment and to its economy. We simply say that the majority on the report wants to fast-track pipelines and strip away environmental protections with no regard for the consequences to our environment or our economy. And Mr. Speaker, as you know, we've lost thousands of jobs in refinery capacity. Dozens of refineries have closed as well. There is hope, Mr. Speaker. The NDP has filed a dissenting opinion that emphasizes the need for a Canadian energy strategy. It focuses on protecting high-quality, long-term jobs in the refining sector and the need to ensure sustainable and responsible resource development through a robust environmental assessment process, Mr. Speaker, and we hope the public will look at our dissenting opinion.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 108, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 21st report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs in relation to the question of privilege relating to threats to the Member for Provencher.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Public bills. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Oakville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present a petition signed by concerned constituents from my riding of Oakville. It asks this House to amend Section 223 of our Criminal Code to recognize human beings in a manner commensurate with the 21st century medical evidence. I'm happy to present this petition for response from our government. Thank you.
Here. Member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to present two petitions. The first one relates to many hundreds of individuals and citizens in my riding wanting this government to strengthen the criminal code provisions to prevent animal cruelty. There was a very severe incident back in my riding a month ago where a dog was shot twice in the head and survived by its owner. And there's been a big rally cry in my community about the prevention of animal cruelty. And what they're asking for is the undersigned call on the Minister of Justice to use this legislation to increase penalties for animal cruelty under the new section of the Criminal Code. And the second petition that I'm bringing forward, Mr. Speaker, is also signed by many members in my community in relation to broadband access across Canada. The petitioners are asking this government to adopt a national rural and northern broadband internet strategy that guarantees equitable broadband internet access to Canadians residing in rural and remote areas in all regions of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Random, Deer St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I stand today to present a petition on behalf of hundreds of Canadians, and not just people from Newfoundland and Labrador, although this petition, in fact, represents the southern part of my riding in the towns of Lawn and St. Lawrence. But this is again to object to the Prime Minister's decision to raise the age of eligibility for OAS from 65 to 67. And what they're saying is that it is certainly totally unfair, should never have been considered in the first place. And even though it won't impact on our seniors of today, it will impact on their children and their grandchildren. And what they're saying is that this is totally unfair, especially for those who work in those physically demanding environments, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to table a petition from approximately 125 of my constituents that ask Parliament to look at amending Section 223 of the Criminal Code. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to present 3 petitions. The first one concerns Bill C-31 on refugee reform, and the petitioners point out their serious concerns about the measures to curb human smuggling and that it will punish refugees, including mandatory detention for certain refugee claimants, along with unchecked ministerial powers to designate countries of origin, eliminating provisions for advice from independent experts. And they call for the legislation to be replaced with fair and independent and in compliance with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and Canada's international obligations. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from concerned citizens in Toronto, and it was circulated by Women in Solidarity with Palestine and the International Jewish Anti-Zionist Network. And they point out that Canada has intensified bilateral agreements with Israel, including policing, security, military, political and economic links, and expanded the Canada-Israel Free Trade Agreement. And they point out that Canada is partnering with Israel in security and surveillance technology through the Canada-Israel Public Security Agreement, and that they believe that Canada has failed to condemn Israel's clear violations of international law. They call on the Government of Canada to immediately change its position.
I'm just going to stop the member there. There's many members who wish to present petitions, so if she does have one more, if she could very succinctly explain what it is, and then we can move on.
On the Government of Canada to uphold international humanitarian law. The third petition, Mr. Speaker, is signed by over 1,000 people from Vancouver East who want to reject the changes in eligibility for old age security, who want to see an increase to OAS and GIS to end seniors' poverty and ensure that retirement benefits are indexed to the real cost of living. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to present this petition regarding access to healthy food, which is critically important for a child's development, but is often limited for Canadian children who live in poverty. Child and youth nutrition programs are a cost-effective way to encourage the development of lifelong healthy eating habits, support Canadian farmers and food producers in the development of local markets, and reduce future health care costs. The petitioners call upon Parliament to provide national leadership and support for child and youth nutrition programs through the Ministries of Health and Agriculture, develop a national child and youth nutrition strategy in consultation with stakeholders across the country, and to develop partnerships with farmers, food producers to stimulate economic development.
For Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was at the Shell station in Fergus, and I was asked by a constituent to present a petition. I have 2 petitions here to present, some 250 signatures regarding Section 223 of the Criminal Code. The petitioners ask that Parliament amend that section to reflect 21st century medical evidence. Mr. Speaker, I so present these 2 petitions on their behalf.
For Nanaimo Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, I have 3 petitions and I will be brief. The first petition is calling on this government to support the Private Members Bill C-233, an act to eliminate poverty in Canada. The second petition I have, Mr. Speaker, is from members of Nanaimo Cowichan, actually, calling on the government to provide the funding for the ENN Railway by matching the funds put forward by the province of British Columbia. And, of course, that money has now been announced, but with many caveats. And the final petition, Mr. Speaker, is calling on the Canadian Coast Guard to maintain its marine communications and traffic services rather than closing down the coordination centres in Quebec City and St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador. And they are calling on the fact that this will increase the risk of accidents involving passengers and so on, and that the closure of these centres is a risk to Francophone fishers and mariners who may not be understood by staff in Anglophone centres in situations of distress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a petition coming from the Canadian Interfaith, and they're calling for leadership and action on climate change. These are constituents of mine from the town of Bishops Falls, and they are calling on concrete action on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, which are affecting the entire planet when it comes to climate change, of course. In particular, they call on the constructive role in the design of the Green Climate Fund under United Nations governance, and by contributing public funds to help mitigate climate change in areas and jurisdictions around the world. I want to thank Sister Mary Ryan and others at Bishops Falls for putting this together. Thank you.
The Honourable Deputy de Hunsick.
The Honourable Member for Hunsick. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great pride that I present this petition today that was given to me by the Quebec Association for the Defense of the Rights of pre-retirees in Cartierville. This petition calls for an improvement to the guaranteed income supplement and the surviving spouse's allowance. So it calls for the implementation of automatic registration for the GIS, the surviving spouse's allowance, the improvement of the GIS by $110 per month for people living alone, and increase the monthly surviving spouse's allowance by $189. And to extend by 6 months the GIS.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I only have one petition, and I'll make it brief. I'm pleased to rise to present a petition in support of my constituents. This petition asks the House of Commons to confirm that every human being is recognized by Canadian law by amending Section 223 of the Criminal Code in support of Bill 312. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Trinity-Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. It's my honour to present to you hundreds of petitions from Canadians from coast to coast that support a national transit strategy. They came together last Friday to say to this government that it's time that this government take a leadership role and be partners with local municipalities and provinces so that there would be good, rapid, and accessible affordable public transit for all, and they note that there is an $18 billion gap in public transit infrastructure needs, and therefore these petitioners want this government to adopt a wonderful private member's bill that are submitted by myself that is calling on a national public transit strategy.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's with pleasure I bring forward a petition from individuals that are concerned in regards to the Avios jobs, thousands of jobs that have been lost across the country. 3 major centres, Winnipeg, Mississauga, and Montreal. They're calling upon the government and the Prime Minister to hold Air Canada accountable to the Air Canada Public Participation Act by enforcing the law, Mr. Speaker, and asking the government ultimately to get tough on corporate crime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present 2 petitions. The first is primarily from residents of Kootenay Bay, British Columbia, calling on this government to ensure that we have stable, predictable funding for the Canadian national broadcaster, the CBC, as one of the ways in which this country is bound together from coast to coast to coast. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from residents of my riding of Saanich Gulf Islands, from Brentwood Bay in particular, from Salt Spring Island, as well as from Vancouver. And these residents of British Columbia are impassioned in their call for a reasonable, full and thorough investigation and not the rush to judgment to promote a risky tanker scheme on the coast of British Columbia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present 2 petitions today. The first calls on the House of Commons to amend Section 223 of the Criminal Code in such a way as to recognize 21st century medical evidence. And the second is from the good people of Simcoe Grey, who are calling upon the government to clarify food labels for food products that are peanut-free, tree nut-free, only peanut-free, and only tree nut-free, so that there's a national standard for labels and symbols that indicate whether or not a product contains these life-threatening allergens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you. This petition
says, whereas Canada is the only nation in the Western world and company of China and North Korea without laws restricting abortion, and since Canada's Supreme Court says Parliament has responsibility to enact abortion legislation, they call on us to do so. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour as the critic for seniors to table a petition from the people in Beauport-Limoilou who are worried about the announcements concerning cuts to OAS. Given that experts agree that the old age security program is an important program and it is viable, there is no need to cut this program or to make amendments to it. The people who signed this petition are not only for the maintenance of the funding as such for OAS, but in addition they suggested that the GIS be increased so that people who count on these benefits can live above the poverty line. Thank you.
On a Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise on behalf of numerous constituents of my riding of Kelowna Lake Country to table two petitions, specifically in reference to the 400-year-old definition of human being, and they'd like to see Parliament amend Section 223 of the Criminal Code in such a way as it reflect 21st century medical evidence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with pleasure that I rise this afternoon to table in this House a petition that was signed by dozens and dozens of my constituents who want to make concrete gestures and who are calling on this government to revisit its policy on the funding of OAS as well as the GIS. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notices of motions for the productions of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
And is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills commons. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-38, Jobs, Growth and Long-Term Prosperity Act.
Order before I read this. I'll just... Mr. O'Connor for Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Oliver, moves that bill. Mr. Van Loan for Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Oliver, moves that Bill C-38, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 29, 2012, and other measures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. The Honourable Member for King's Hants is rising on a point of order.
Speaker, I rise on a point of order. It appears that Bill C-38 is tabled in the House may not, in fact, be the correct version. MPs have been given at least two different versions of Bill C-38 in preparation for today's debate. One version has 421 numbered pages of legislative text. That's the version that was given to opposition MPs in the opposition lobby immediately after the legislation was tabled in the House. Another version has 425 numbered pages of legislative text. That's the version that is being distributed to MPs through Parliament's Postal and Distribution Service and online through the Parliament of Canada website. It appears that either A, opposition MPs were given the wrong copy of the bill when the bill was tabled in the House, or B, the wrong copy is being more widely distributed to MPs and the public in advance of today's debate. Is there text that appears in one copy but is missing from the other? We don't know. We're relying on hard copies of legislation that are over 400 pages in length, so it's virtually impossible to verify the source of each discrepancy. But how can everyone follow the debate on C-38 when what's on page 310 in one version is clearly nowhere to be found on page 310 in the other? It's also not clear which version of the bill we should use to propose amendments or prepare for clause by clause at committee. On page 728 of Procedure and Practice, second edition, it states, quote,
In the past, the Speaker has directed that the order for second reading of certain bills be discharged when it was discovered that they were not in their final form and were therefore not ready to be introduced. Speaker, the fact is that MPs have been preparing for today's debates with two different versions of Bill C-38, and that will certainly impede our ability to properly debate the bill. We're told by the Parliamentary Budget Officer that the government has kept two different sets of books on F-35 costs, but it's a little much when the government is presenting two different versions of its own budget implementation legislation. If the government tabled one bill at first reading and then printed another version for members of Parliament, the debate cannot be allowed to continue at this time. I ask that this matter be clarified and corrected before the debate on Bill C-38 is allowed to proceed.
The Honourable Government House Leader is rising.
Mr. Speaker, of course, the process for the introduction of a bill is that the bill is provided to the Journals branch of the House of Commons, who then distribute that as the official bill when it is introduced, and it is available through Journals to all members of Parliament. As for any other copies that may have been circulating, I can't comment on that, but that is, of course, the official bill that has been introduced, and that is the bill that we intend to have debated. There should be no confusion there unless there has been some error made by Journals in what has been distributed, but I can't imagine that that is the case.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague across the way for the explanation of the discrepancy, if in fact there is a discrepancy that's been pointed out by my other colleague. There's a certain amount of trust us in this, that the bills are in fact the same. And as something as critical as this, I'm not sure what powers you actually have to answer the request made by my friend down the way, but it seems to be a very important one, particularly if we're essentially meant to take the government on its word that there isn't a difference between the bills that we saw here in the House and the bill that's been distributed to Canadians, to MPs outside the House, also through official channels. I suppose that's my point. It's meant to be the same source. So I know you'll take some reference on this, but we'll be very curious for your ruling if there isn't an ability for us to pause debate for a moment while the government rectifies this. Is there a more important piece of legislation than the Budget Implementation Act? It's hard to say.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I'll make one further brief submission. I do not believe there's any difference in the content of the two bills that are circulating. One of them has a table of contents, and that accounts for the difference in page numbers, I am told. And I expect that none of this should result in a delay of the debate or impeding the debate of this bill, but I'd be happy to examine if that is in fact exactly what is the difference between the bill that he has and the official bill which we are debating, which is the one that has been circulated through Journals and introduced into Parliament.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, the Government House Leaders hasn't clarified and confirmed whether, in fact, that opposition MPs, there's two choices. I mean, either opposition MPs were given the wrong copy, or the wrong copy is being now, as distributed by the government, the current copy being distributed by the government is wrong. And this is material, Mr. Speaker. This is not a trivial matter, because in terms of the proposal of amendments and the discussion, it is important that we have the identical copy, so I suggest that we can't proceed with debate until you've had the opportunity to rule on this.
The Honourable Government House Leader is rising again.
Mr. Speaker, I understand that the one that was tabled with Journals is the one that has the table of contents. There may be another that's circulating for people if they wish, which was the old form in which these bills were done in the past, but this one was done with the table of contents, and that's what was introduced, and that's what we're here to debate, and there's no reason why we can't proceed with that debate. In terms of every single clause, the table of contents not being part of the clause of the bill, the working copy he has versus the one that was introduced are identical.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, for the sake of clarity here, when the clerk a few moments ago called the title of the bill in response to your indication that we were now at orders of the day in our agenda for today, the clerk rose in response of that, as is traditional, and called Bill C-38. read the title of it. Could the table indicate to us which version of the bill was before the clerk when the clerk called that item for discussion today, just so we know exactly what we're debating from here on forward?
I can inform that. Sorry, is the honourable member for King's Hants rising with the? I'll hear the honourable member for King's Hants, and then I'll address the member for West Canada's.
Compared to table two different versions that, for instance, have discrepancies between pages. Page 310 in one version is different from page 310 in another, as an example, to help aid you in your deliberations, if that's helpful.
Well, I can inform the House that the bill that was called is Bill C-30, or the version of the Bill C-38, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 29, 2012, and other measures. It has 425 numbered pages, and the short title is the Jobs, Growth, and Long-Term Prosperity Act. This was the bill that was tabled in Parliament. This was the bill that was before the clerk when the clerk called. This is the version of the bill that was tabled in the House, and this was the version of the bill that was before the clerk when the clerk called orders of the day. So with that, I'm prepared to let debate proceed. In terms of what was distributed, we can look into that and find out from journals if there was an error. We can come back to the House on that. But in terms of what's before the House, I think what has been called, the version that was called today is the same version that was tabled in the House. I see the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley wishes to rise as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I suppose I'm looking at these aren't versions on websites or any such thing. One version is the version that was handed out on the day that the bill was introduced, and this is a second bill that the government handed out the day after, and they're different. I'm looking at the very first page and section part 1. The order is different, and there's a section 3 in here, and it doesn't appear to a section on the second page of a different version of the same bill. I guess the assurance that the House and the public would need to have from the government, and I heard a bit of it, and this is my point, Mr. Speaker, is that the assurance from the government, and again, this is difficult because we're now looking through the two bills to see if there are any fundamental, substantial discrepancies, is that the assurance from the government is that there are none. This is exactly the same two pieces of legislation. The page numbering may be different, the order may be different, but there are no different clauses, because otherwise, Mr. Speaker, in a sense, it is impossible to have a debate if there are substantive alterations in the bill. This is not an attempt to derail the government's agenda or calendar, but simply it's difficult for us as parliamentarians to know with assurance in a 400-page bill that everything is accurate if we're seeing differences on essentially page 1 from what was handed out day of the bill by the government and what was handed out later by the government. So we need that assurance, and I'm not sure how to actually rectify this. I've never seen this on a Budget Implementation Act before. It's obviously a critical piece of legislation.
The one they have there.
think I can shed some light on where we're at. When the bill is brought to the House, it's printed first by the department of by whichever department is introducing, in this case, Justice. And Standing Order 70 calls for all bills shall be printed before the second reading in the English and French languages. So I've been told it's a question of pagination based on the different software that's used. When the department prints its version, then it's transmitted to the law clerk's office, at which point it's then printed for distribution to members. So I'm prepared to allow debate to proceed. The pagination that is being used for the debate has 425 pages, and it is properly for the House in that respect. So if there's any other further confusion, I can come back with a more thorough explanation of how that happens. But the bills are identical. It's just a matter of when they're printed by the House of Commons, it's a slightly different software, results in a different pagination. The honourable member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, this is, I think, perhaps an unprecedented situation that the House has never had to deal with before. If it takes some time to proceed through the two pieces of paper, the two books, and determine they are, in fact, substantively identical, could the government undertake, with whatever assistance is required from the table or the officers of the House, to report back to the House before the end of this day that, in fact, the two versions have been examined and they are substantively identical. There's nothing more important than the debate about budget legislation, and I think it's absolutely fundamental that the House be assured that there is no discrepancy in the material that we are discussing.
The member for King's Hands.
Mr. Speaker, none of us have any doubt in your perspicacity and your being an erudite member and speaker, but I do think that both you, the clerk, and the staff need more time. It's a 425-page document, and to be able to say unequivocally that there's no substantive differences between the two documents after I read pretty fast, Mr. Speaker, but if you and the clerk and the team were able to, in the last 10 minutes, read all 425 pages of one document and compare it to the 421 pages of another, and as such can assure the House that there's absolutely no difference, that's commendable. But if, in fact, you have not had the time to read through both documents and confirm absolutely unequivocally there is no difference, then I believe the member from Wascana is absolutely right. We have to pause until we're absolutely certain of this, because members of Parliament were given one copy. That is the copy we used to prepare for this debate.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I very much regret what appears to be an effort to unnecessarily delay the work of the House by the Liberal Party, but I'm not surprised. The fact is the bill before this House is the bill that was printed by this House, subject to an order of the House on first reading. The copy they have before first reading is, of course, a pre-printed version. The actual bill is the one that says, not on the front, C blank, the one that says C38 is Bill C38. All members of this House have that through journals. All members of this House had ample time to prepare for that. It was printed by journals some time ago, and their failure to examine the bill as printed, as ordered by the House, should not be an occasion at this point in time for a delay of this debate.
Member for King's Hands.
Mr. Speaker, it was the government that provided opposition members of Parliament with a copy that, according to the Minister or the House Leader, was wrong. Are we to, I guess it's come to be readily accepted by this Parliament that when the government provides a document we can't always believe them, but is the Minister or is the House Leader saying that in fact every time we're given a document by the government we automatically have to question whether it is the correct one or the one upon which we ought to be working and developing our debate and amendments? Because clearly, and he's saying that we have somehow erred. I think he owes the House an apology for having provided to opposition members of Parliament a document that was the wrong document. And so it's not the opposition parties that are either delaying this debate unnecessarily or acting inappropriately. It is the government that has made an error in this case and has provided a document to the House that now says was the wrong document.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
I believe the member for Kings Hants has been absent for the entirety of the discussion. The document that he refers to that says C blank is the copy before it was introduced into the House. After it was introduced into the House, there was an order that it be printed. The Speaker has already addressed the question of journals printing it and having a different pagination, it being identical. I'm disappointed that he considers that to be one copy being the wrong bill, one copy being the right bill. Well, it's the fact that this is the practice on every bill, that it is thus introduced. He's been in this House many, many years. I would expect that he would by now be familiar with that. The explanation, I think, from you, Mr. Speaker, is amply clear. I don't think we're achieving anything more through this debate other than his objective, which is further delay. If he wishes, we can give him the further assurances that the two documents in substance are identical, and we're happy to do that. But at this point, he's simply wasting the time of the House and misleading the House by referring to one document as wrong and one document as correct. The fact is, one was what was submitted to journals, and the other is what journals then subsequently printed, which is, of course, the official bill before the House.
I think I have explained how the difference in pagination has come about. I will assure the honourable member for Kings Hants I cannot read 425 pages of financial terms in about 8 minutes. But I can assure him that when the bill is received by the law clerk's office, that proofreading is done at that point, and that the version that is printed by the House matches what was provided by the department. So in this case, we have a difference in pagination that has resulted from the two different systems, apparently. The bill is properly before the House. It's the bill that was printed and is available from journals. So at this point, I'm prepared to let debate proceed, and I can come back to the House with a further explanation. And I understand the Honourable Government House Leader has assured the House that it's the same version. I think we can, at this point, proceed with the debate. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to split my time with the member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Does the Honourable Minister have unanimous consent to share his time? No, there's no consent. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to participate in this second reading of the debate of the Jobs, Growth and Long-Term Prosperity Act. This legislation will help bolster economic growth and ensure that Canada's economic and public finances remain sustainable over the long term. Today, I would like to focus on our government's plan for responsible resource development, a critical part of the Economic Action Plan. It is a forward-looking piece of legislation that will help ensure that all Canadians benefit from our natural resource heritage.
Natural resources are abundant in Canada and have always formed the basis of our economy. They have been at the heart of what we are as a country. We have promoted the development of resource communities and natural resources have helped define Canada. They have been a source of great national pride from the birth of our country to today. Since the economy around the world is having difficulties as well as providing opportunities, we have to ensure Canadians' security and economic well-being for the future generations.
New global opportunity for Canada to capitalize on its resource development potential to stimulate jobs and growth in a period of global economic uncertainty. We have, Mr. Speaker, a country with an enormous amount of natural resources. We are, in fact, an energy superpower. We're first in the production of potash, second in the production of uranium, third in the production of hydroelectricity and natural gas, and sixth in the production of oil. We have the third largest reserves in the world, and we are also a mining giant. We have in Canada we are one of the leading mining nations in the world, producing more than 60 minerals and metals. And in 2009, more than 220 principal producing mines, more than 3,000 stone quarries and sand gravel pits, and more than 50 non-ferrous smelters and refiners and steel mills were operating in Canada. Canada is well positioned to benefit from the growing global demand for energy, especially oil. Our oil sands, as the third largest proven reserves in the world, and its conventional oil supplies are depleted, the International Energy Agency predicts that the world will become increasingly dependent on so-called unconventional sources of oil like that of Canada's oil sands. As the International Agency has told us time and again, traditional energy sources, oil and gas, will continue to be the dominant energy source for many years to come. 25 years from now, even under the most promising scenarios for development of alternative energy technologies, fossil fuels will still be providing well over 60% of the world's energy. Demand for oil will be almost 15% higher than today. More and more, the growing demand for oil and gas will come from emerging economies, where the appetite for other resources needed to fuel a growing economy is also rising. The increasing demand for oil and gas and the opening of new markets for minerals and metals represent significant opportunities for jobs and prosperity for Canadians. The good news is the demand in the world for the kinds of resources we have in abundance continues to increase day after day, month after month, and year after year. And as global economic weight continues to shift towards fast-growing emerging economies in Asia and elsewhere, we must act to meet the challenges and take advantage of the opportunities. And to do that, we must diversify our markets. Currently, almost all of our crude oil exports go to the U.S. The U.S. is a great and valued customer, but that oil is being sold at a substantial discount because, quite simply, it has nowhere else to go. It is a buyer's market. North American crude prices are some $20 a barrel below the world price, and even lower for Canadian heavy crude. When you're exporting about 2 million barrels a day, it adds up to some serious lost revenue, over $40 million a day at current price differences. This lost opportunity represents lower revenue for producers. According to a recent analysis by CIBC, this price discount could cost Canadian producers $18 billion of lost revenue this year alone. This also represents foregone tax and royalty revenue for governments, and so less money to provide essential social services for Canadians. This is the impact of having our crude oil resources locked in by lack of transportation capacity. We have no way to deliver our oil markets to markets other than the U.S., so we're forced to take just about whatever American refineries are willing to pay. We simply cannot afford to take these kinds of losses year after year. It's costing us billions of dollars in economic activity and thousands upon thousands of jobs. And that is why it is so critical for Canada to develop the infrastructure we need to diversify and deliver our oil and gas to new and growing markets, especially in the Asia-Pacific region. In the interest of Canada and Canadians, we need to act, and we need to act quickly. Major projects such as pipeline infrastructure must not be subject to unnecessary delay. Actually, the situation is getting even more serious than lower prices. It is estimated that without new export-oriented pipeline capacity, Western Canadian producers will have to start putting limits on investment and job creation plans because there will be no way to get any more oil to the market. We run the very real risk of missing out. With over $500 billion in potential resource projects over the next 10 years, we have a tremendous opportunity to create jobs and economic growth right across the country. These jobs will be in every sector of the economy, from manufacturing, mining, science and technology to the services sector. But this opportunity is not guaranteed. Canada is competing for capital with countries around the world. Fortunately, Canada has a lot to offer: attractive investment opportunities, a competitive tax regime, and policies that do not discriminate against foreign companies. And I saw the recognition of that opportunity in my trips to China and Japan this year. Unfortunately, our inefficient, duplicative, and unpredictable regulatory system is an impediment. It is complex, slow-moving, wasteful, and subjects major projects to unpredictable and potentially endless delays. What our country needs is a 21st century regulatory system that protects the environment and is efficient, effective, and expeditious. And that is why this bill proposes a system-wide approach. With the responsible resource development legislation, we will focus our efforts in 4 areas. First, making reviews for major resource projects more predictable and timely. Second, reducing duplication in the review process. Third, strengthening environmental protection. And fourth, enhancing consultations with Aboriginal peoples. Allow me to speak briefly about each of these areas. Le projet de loi
The bill contains many measures to make the regulatory system more predictable and more timely, to facilitate decisions regarding investment and planning. And this means, among other things, putting in place reasonable timetables that are achievable to examine major projects, consolidating responsibility of environmental assessments within 3 organizations rather than 40, and thus concentrate our efforts on major projects. After having consulted experts, we feel that the timetables are adequate to conduct an exhaustive scientific examination that is independent. And
Caron, the chairman of the National Energy Board. And so we are comfortable that the delays, the timelines are in fact adequate. We're also ensuring that our regulatory system has the resources needed to meet these timelines. We've reinvested $54 million into the Major Projects Management Office initiative to enhance the capacity of key regulatory departments and agencies, enable them to focus their efforts on major projects. Furthermore, while the opposition likes to spread misinformation that the funding for the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency, or CEA, has been cut, that is not true. We have renewed their base funding and increased their funding to more effectively carry out Aboriginal consultations and environmental reviews on an independent, objective, and scientific basis. We're also ensuring that there is clear accountability in the system. The federal cabinet will make the go, no-go decisions on all major pipeline projects, informed by the recommendations of the National Energy Board. This is already the case with a vast majority of decisions across government, including under CEA. We believe that for major projects that can have a significant economic and environmental impact, ultimate decision-making should rest with elected members who are accountable to the people rather than unelected officials. Canadians will know who made the decision, why the decision was made, and whom to hold accountable. This bill also proposes measures to reduce duplication and regulatory burden. It will allow provincial environmental assessments that meet the substantive requirements of the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act to be substituted for the federal government assessment. In some cases, the provincial process may be deemed equivalent to the federal process. However, these provisions will only be put in effect if a province can demonstrate it can meet federal requirements. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, even if we make numerous amendments to the bill to make sure that the process is effective, we also want to make environmental protection more effective. A more rapid assessment is not synonymous with rubber stamping. It is not a choice between one and the other. By simplifying the system, we do not compromise environmental protection.
We'll ensure we stop reviewing projects that have little to no environmental effect and focus resources on those projects that have the potential for significant environmental and economic impact. This means we will be getting out of reviewing projects like blueberry washing facilities, parking lots, or hockey rinks. Frankly, we should not inconvenience people and waste government resources on paper-pushing exercises. As a safeguard, the Minister of the Environment will retain the authority to order environmental assessments on projects he deems needs them. Importantly, the bill will introduce administrative monetary penalties from $100,000 to $400,000 for non-compliance by proponents with conditions imposed by the regulator. Budget 2012 also introduced important maritime safety measures. Tankers will be double-hulled. There will be mandatory pilotage, mandatory aerial surveillance, and improved navigation tools. It will also be increasing annual pipeline inspections from 100 to 150 and doubling annual comprehensive audits from 3 to 6 to identify issues before problems occur. These measures will significantly increase the safety of major projects on the environment while ensuring the system is efficient. Mr. Speaker, the last pillar of our responsible resource development strategy is to enhance consultations with Aboriginal peoples. The Prime Minister has made clear, and he made that clear during the Crown First Nations gathering in January, that our government takes seriously our duty to consult and accommodate. Our plan for responsible resource development contains several steps to move this agenda forward. For
example, consultations with Aboriginal Canadians will be an integral part of the assessment and regulation process. A department or organization or agency responsible for this will be designated as the sole coordinator of Crown consultations for the examination of certain projects. The plan also proposes a memorandum of agreement and other agreements with Aboriginal groups and provincial governments in order to clarify the expectations about consultations regarding project examination. Our plan favors achieving these objectives by encouraging positive long-term partnerships with the Aboriginal community in order for them to benefit more significantly of the direct and indirect advantages of new large-scale projects.
Conclude. Over the last few years, our government has taken several key initiatives to put Canada ahead of the curve in today's highly competitive global economy. We've reduced personal and corporate taxes. We invested in science and technology, alternative energy, environmental protection, negotiated free trade agreements, and reduced red tape and the regulatory burden, and tackled government waste. Our government's agenda is all about long-term growth, employment, prosperity, and security for Canadians across the country. Responsible resource development is at the heart of that agenda. To capture the promise of jobs, growth, and prosperity from our immense natural resources, the time to act is now. Taken together, these system-wide measures will ensure our regulatory system is more accountable, efficient, effective, and responsive to the needs of all Canadians. Thank you. Merci.
Before we go to questions and comments, I just wanted to bring to the attention of the House this arising from the point of order brought by the Honourable Member for Kings Hants and with subsequent interventions by the Government House Leader, the Opposition House Leader, and the Honourable Member for Wascana. I'm pleased to report to the House that the Office of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Counsel responsible for the printing of bills can confirm that the text included in the version of Bill C-38 tabled in the House on April 26, 2012 is identical to the text found in the copy printed after first reading of the said bill as distributed to all members of the House. The version of the bill distributed to members on April 26 was a photocopy of the secret copy of the bill prepared by the Department of Justice. The version distributed to members after first reading is produced by the House Administration, in particular the Office of the Law Clerk, and the difference in text, number of pages, is due to the electronic preparation of the bill in House software. The text is identical and has been reviewed by legislative editors working in the law clerk's office, and except for a few pagination differences, is identical in all respects. I thank honourable members for their interventions on this matter, and we'll then go to questions and comments. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this bill is quite remarkable because it ostensibly is a Budget Implementation Act, and yet about one-third of this bill is focused on gutting our environmental protections. And just as the previous speaker indicated, his priority is about getting oil out of the ground and getting it out of the country as quickly as possible. And so my question to him is, if his goal is simply to hasten the approval of pipelines and to make sure that, that his colleagues in the oil and gas sector advance their businesses as quickly as possible, regardless of the wishes of local communities, why didn't the minister recommend, and why didn't this bill include or exclude the environmental provisions in a separate bill, put them in a separate bill so that they could be properly debated, adequately scrutinized, and that we could make a proper decision on behalf of Canadian interests to protect our environment?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this bill does a great deal to protect environmental protection, to protect the environment. There will be some $165 million devoted to that. More money going to the Major Project Management Office, which oversees the large projects, and a substantial amount of money, over $35 million, to maritime security. As I mentioned in my remarks, tankers will have to be double-hulled. There will be mandatory pilotage. There will be enhanced navigation. There will be aerial surveillance and additional measures when that is necessary in particular cases. In terms of pipelines, there will be over $13 million invested in improving pipeline safety. And pipelines are the safest form of transporting oil and gas, but we will make it even safer through additional inspections. As well, this government, of course, has devoted a great deal of money to improving safety overall. Indeed, billions of dollars have been devoted to alternative energy, to improving energy efficiency, and to improving the safety of conventional sources of energy and reducing the environmental impact. But this...
Order. I know that our time is limited. I know many honourable members may wish to pose questions and comments. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that this being a budget implementation bill, it's curious that the Minister for Natural Resources is leading the debate here today, and therein lies my question. The Minister has, in his opening salvo, referred to the importance of accountability, that parliamentarians, that legislators, that elected representatives be accountable for decisions made, responsible and accountable for decisions made. Well, the logical corollary of that, if the Minister and the government were serious about that level of accountability and responsibility, then why is the Minister not insisting that this be a separate piece of legislation, debated by members, Natural Resource Committee or Environment Committee, and have the opportunity? Because the Minister has said that the reason for these regulatory changes is to enhance parliamentary and government accountability. So if he's serious about that, why, for goodness sakes, is he not introducing a separate piece of legislation with himself being the lead minister? Because this is a natural resource bill. This should not be a finance bill.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, this bill is part of the budget package because it relates to a significant degree to economic development and growth, which is part of the Economic Action Plan 2012. Nevertheless, there will be an opportunity for members opposite to participate in a debate. There will be a separate Finance Committee which will provide an opportunity for the public and for the opposition to ask questions, to participate in the debate, and to make their views known. So this is not a stultifying debate in any way. The reason there was an allusion to my comment about government decision-making, and what we are determined to do is to make sure that for large projects that can have a significant regional or national impact on the environment and the economy, that ultimately the decision should be made by elected officials and not appointed officials.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister of Natural Resources for his speech. I accompanied him as part of the Natural Resources delegation to Asia, where I saw him effectively represent Canadian interest over there. But my question relates to the mega quarry, which he's aware of. There's a number of us concerned about this proposed major open pit mine in southern Ontario, and many of my constituents have voiced the desire to see a federal environmental assessment for that proposed 2,500-acre quarry, potentially 7,000-acre open pit mine in southern Ontario. So my question is to the Minister, could he reassure my constituents that the changes proposed here will strengthen environmental oversight and protection for major projects like that take place in places like southern Ontario?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
The whole point of this exercise is to make sure that we have a robust environmental review of major projects. Now that particular project falls under the aegis of the Canadian Environmental Protection Agency. There will be a list indicating the types of projects that will be reviewed. Major projects will normally be reviewed by SIA. There will be an opportunity for substitution by the province, but only if the particular province in question has the capacity and the willingness to conduct an identical level review. That will be up to the Minister of the Environment to oversee.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to put a question to my colleague, the Minister for Natural Resources. I sit on the Environment Committee, and we did examine the Environmental Assessment Act. I'd like to ask my colleague what he's afraid of. Why doesn't he want us to examine the proposed changes to the Environmental Assessment Act? That's our role as the Environment Committee. We are supposed to examine changes to bills that concern us. This is a very important bill. It's full of things that allow us to protect our environment and human health. So what is he afraid of? Why doesn't he want us to analyze it in committee? It should go to the Environment Committee. It's a change to the Environmental Assessment Act. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, when we build the Finance Committee, we open it up for all members to take part. It's up to the member's party to decide which members will represent that party in debates. So if his party wants him to come to the Finance Committee, he will have a chance to discuss these things and ask questions and participate in the debate.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, a question to the Minister on the matter of uranium mining and nuclear safety issues. In dealing with these matters from a government or a regulatory point of view, there are two connected dimensions. One is the administrative function of actually carrying out the regulatory oversight, and the other, of course, is the legal liability if something goes wrong. And I wonder if the Minister can clarify in this legislation, since there is an attempt here to devolve responsibility from the federal level to the provincial level in respect of uranium mining in particular, is he devolving to the provinces simply the administrative responsibility for conducting the necessary environmental reviews and examinations, or is he also devolving the legal liability issue to the provincial jurisdiction involved? Is it purely an administrative transfer, or is it also carrying with it the legal liability that would previously rest at the federal level?
Of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission has responsibility for the oversight of uranium. And we do not intend, nor does this bill contemplate, any transfer of liability, if that is the specific question asked.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Member for Parkdale, High Park.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd appreciate a 1-minute warning when my time is up. Thank you. I rise in the House today deeply concerned about the bill at hand and about the direction that the government is taking this country. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. Bill C-38 is a massive 425-page omnibus bill that goes far beyond the measures in the budget. It includes many previously unannounced changes. This is the Conservatives' first post-election majority budget, and their true colours are showing through.
During the campaign, Conservatives hid from Canadians that they were considering increasing the eligibility age for OAS. Canadians found out about this from Davos, Switzerland, several months after the election. And yet, Bill C-38 provides for raising the eligibility age for old age security. During the election campaign, the Conservatives hid from Canadians that they decided to disregard environmental protection and the fight against climate change. The Conservatives stated in their party platform that they acknowledge that a sound environment and a strong economy go hand in hand.
They also promised in their platform that they would preserve and protect our environment and take the measures necessary to tackle climate change. They promised new investments to improve air quality and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, including an extension of the eco-energy program for home renovations. And yet, 1/3 of Bill C-38 seeks the elimination of regulations and environmental protection. It repeals the Kyoto Protocol Implementation Act and the extension of the eco-energy program. It never materialized. In fact, the Conservatives quickly got rid of that program despite its economic success.
The Conservatives promised open and accountable government. Their platform claimed they were here for integrity and accountability, that they were committed to providing the principled, accountable government that our great country deserves. This is in the Conservative platform. And yet, Bill C-38 includes a series of previously unannounced measures that will contribute to a more secretive environment here in Ottawa by rolling back government transparency and accountability.
Shame.
Mr. Speaker, during the election, the Conservatives presented Canadians with one plan. Now that the elections are over, they are moving in the opposite direction as quickly as they can. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' true colours are showing, and I am deeply concerned, and all Canadians should be deeply concerned.
Hear, hear.
My New Democrat colleagues and I strongly oppose this bill on both content and process grounds. C-38 includes most of the major proposals announced in Budget 2012, which we have vigorously opposed, and to which I will return shortly. But we also take issue with the undemocratic omnibus nature of the bill, which goes far beyond the budget. The tabling of such a large and wide-ranging bill in such a short time frame undermines Parliament by denying individual MPs the ability to fully inform themselves as to its content and implications. You know, back in 1994, a young MP from Calgary took offence to the omnibus nature of the Liberals' budget implementation bill. This MP stood in the House and said, "I put it to you, Mr. Speaker, that you should rule it out of order and it should not be considered by the House in the form in which it has been presented." I would argue that the subject matter of the bill is so diverse that a single vote on the content would put members in conflict with their own principles. In the interest of democracy, I ask, how can members represent their constituents on these various areas when they are forced to vote in a block on such legislation and on such concerns?
Good point.
The bill contains many distinct proposals and principles, and asking members to provide simple answers to such complex questions is in contradiction to the conventions and practices of the House. That was March 25th, 1994, and who said that?
Who said that?
It was this young MP, Mr. Speaker, was the current Prime Minister of Canada.
Oh, well.
And his objection to the Liberal omnibus budget bill can and should be applied to the bill at hand.
Hear, hear.
In 1994, the Prime Minister argued that the Liberals' omnibus bill did not fulfill the required level of relevancy. That is, the items in the bill were too diverse and could not be reasonably grouped together in a coherent manner. Let's see how this bill stacks up on this point. Among other things, Bill C-38 raises the age of eligibility for OAS-GIS. It guts the environmental assessment regime. It eliminates the Auditor General oversight on a number of agencies. It repeals the Fair Wages and Hours of Labour Act. It changes the rules for registered charities. It amends the Seeds Act to potentially allow private contractors to perform food inspection, and it changes the rules on foreign ownership of wireless telecommunications companies. Mr. Speaker, this is the definition of an omnibus bill, and applying the Prime Minister's own arguments, this bill should be ruled out of order.
Hear, hear.
The measures in the bill are too wide-ranging to fulfill the relevancy requirement, and we agree that asking members to vote in a block on such diverse subject matter does not allow them to represent their constituents as our democracy requires. But once again, the Conservatives are trying to ram legislation through Parliament without allowing Canadians and their MPs to thoroughly examine it.
Shame.
To make matters worse, they're trying to sneak through changes that will further restrict transparency and democracy in the future. C-38 enacts numerous changes that will limit the ability of Canadians and MPs to hold government accountable, with a broad attack on government transparency that was not present in Budget 2012. These changes include weakening the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act and undermining the authority of the National Energy Board, increasing cabinet discretion and ministerial power over a range of issues, from immigration to food safety to approving pipelines, eliminating Auditor General oversight for many agencies, eliminating the position of the Inspector General for CSIS, and reducing reporting requirements to Parliament.
So much for security.
Mr. Speaker, when did the Conservatives become so afraid of accountability?
Here, here.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we believe in a respectful and open Parliament and government. Nous croyons qu'il est...
We believe it is wrong to try and sneak measures past Canadians and to ram them through Parliament, particularly legislation that will only make government less transparent. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has said repeatedly that MPs are not getting the information they need in order to reasonably be able to exercise their power of oversight. An OECD report on best practices for budget transparency states that draft budgets should be submitted to Parliament. And while other Westminster parliaments around the world are working to improve fiscal transparency, this Conservative government is focused on reducing government accountability as quickly as possible. New Democrats are focused on addressing the real priorities of Canadian families. That is, creating good quality jobs, strengthening our healthcare system, ensuring a secure retirement for all, and protecting our environment. Unfortunately, the Conservatives are too busy focusing on gutting environmental protection and slashing vital services.
Fall, New Democrats tabled a motion that called on this government to take immediate action to grow our economy and create jobs. The Conservatives supported this motion with their votes, but they have yet to turn these votes into action. The Conservatives claim that this budget is all about job creation, but the budget contains 9 times more in cuts than in job creation measures, and actually plans for unemployment to rise. There are already 1.4 million Canadians out of work. The current unemployment rate of 7.2% remains well above its pre-recession level of about 6%. For our young people, the future of our economy, the situation's even worse. Youth unemployment remains at nearly 14%. Now, the Conservatives say they're creating jobs, but with the growth in the labour force, there's a net increase in the unemployment rate. In fact, since the Conservatives took office in February 2006, we've lost 365,000 manufacturing jobs.
Shame.
In his appearance at the Finance Committee last week, the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed that the Conservatives' austerity budget will mean a further loss of 43,000 jobs and will slow Canada's economic recovery. Furthermore, he confirmed that when combined with prior cuts, there will be a total of 103,000 jobs lost in the public and private sectors, a significant drag on our economy. The government will claim these numbers are hypothetical, but Canadians know different. They're dealing with the fallout. After all, when an industrial plant with 1,000 people closes, the impact is not isolated to those jobs only, but also affects suppliers and small businesses in the community. And it's the same when we lose over 19,000 public sector jobs. In fact, if the Conservatives were more focused on creating jobs for Canadians, why would they focus their efforts on paying consultants to review government spending at $90,000 a day? That's where their priorities seem to lie. Mr. Speaker, New Democrats support the ongoing review of government spending to make sure that our tax dollars are well spent. But we believe in reviewing all government expenditures, including tax expenditures. As Glenn Hodgson of the Conference Board of Canada told the Finance Committee last fall, value for money applies on the tax expenditure side as much as on the spending side.
Hear, hear.
We believe in policy based on evidence. Les preuves montrent que
the evidence shows that the Conservatives' massive corporate tax breaks have failed to create good quality, family-supporting jobs. The Department of Finance itself recognizes that infrastructure investment has more than 5 times the economic impact of corporate income tax cuts. It published this fact in the appendix of Budget 2009. And yet, despite the evidence, this government is determined to continue on with its agenda of corporate tax cuts while slashing jobs and services and planning for unemployment to rise.
Mr. Speaker, evidence shows that as well that the OAS and GIS program is sustainable. Pension and retirement expert Professor Tom Klassen of York University notes, I haven't heard any academic argue that there's a crisis with OAS, which is why I was surprised a few days ago when the Prime Minister seemed to say there was a crisis. There's got to be more evidence that there's a problem. I don't see that evidence. Now, here, he's a pension expert. Numerous experts, including the Parliamentary Budget Officer, have confirmed that the OAS, the Old Age Security, is sustainable in its existing form.
Exactly.
In fact, even the government's own latest actuarial report on OAS indicates that the OAS GIS will account for 2.37% of GDP in 2011, 3.16 in 2030, and then will fall below today's level to 2.35 in 2060. The cost of the government's proposed changes? Well, throwing tens of thousands of seniors into poverty. In fact, without OAS GIS for 2 years, almost 100,000 recently retired Canadian seniors would be made poor today. In particular, the poverty rate for single senior females would rise from 17 to 48%, almost tripling. But despite this evidence, this government is using the budget bill to balance the books on the backs of our seniors. The evidence shows that good environmental policy is also good economic policy. Policymakers in Germany have long understood this, and today Germans are reaping the benefits of their foresight in the form of cutting-edge innovation, superior global competitiveness, and hundreds of thousands of quality jobs. Unfortunately, under this government, Canada is near the bottom of the global heap in terms of investment in green initiatives, and our economy is suffering for Conservative inaction. Under the Conservatives, Canada's environmental ranking has plummeted to among the worst in the world. In fact, the 2011 Climate Change Performance Index ranks Canada 57 out of 60 nations surveyed, well behind G8 countries like the UK, France, and Germany that all scored in the top 10. And yet, despite this evidence that they are heading in the wrong course, the Conservatives are determined to use C-38 to gut environmental assessment, reduce Canada's accountability on the world stage by repealing the Kyoto Protocol Implementation Act, and to reduce the independent scientific advice available to guide policymaking by shutting down the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives claim to be focused on efficiency and a review of government expenditures, but the evidence points to the contrary. With this bill, the Conservatives are leading the country down the wrong path. Just as effective government policy relies on evidence, an effective review of government activities relies on government transparency. Government spending reflects government priorities. Accurate, timely information about how much the government is spending and on what is crucial for Canadians to be able to evaluate if the values of their elected representatives are in line with their own. Not only is this government not in the business of providing answers, with Bill C-38, they're deliberately dismantling requirements for government transparency and accountability. The opening of the 2011 Conservative platform characterized the election last May as a choice between principled leadership and opportunism. I wholeheartedly agree This Conservative bill is highly opportunistic. Instead of telling Canadians their plans during the election, the Conservatives have waited until the campaign is done to show Canadians what they're really about. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we believe in principled leadership.
We believe it is wrong to claim that the government is focused on job creation while cutting jobs and planning for unemployment to rise. We believe it is wrong for the government to cut a sustainable seniors benefit program and throw tens of thousands of seniors into poverty. We believe it is wrong for the government to gut measures that have been put in place to protect our environment and to turn its backs on international action on climate change. And, Mr. Speaker, we believe it is wrong to try to sneak legislation past Canadians and their members of Parliament in a massive omnibus bill, especially when these measures deliberately seek to impede government transparency and accountability in the future.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques, that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substituting the following. This House declines to give second reading to Bill C-38, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 29, 2012, and other measures because it, A, weakens Canadians' confidence in the work of Parliament, decreases transparency and erodes fundamental democratic institutions by systematically over-concentrating power in the hands of government ministers. B, shields the government from criticism on extremely controversial non-budgetary issues by bundling them into one enormous piece of legislation masquerading as a budget bill. C, undermines the critical role played by such trusted oversight bodies as the Office of the Auditor General of Canada, the CSIS Inspector General, and the National Energy Board, amongst others, thereby silencing institutional checks and balances to the government's ideological agenda. D, raises the age of eligibility for old age security and the guaranteed income supplement from 65 to 67 years in a reckless effort to balance the government's misguided spending on prisons, incompetent military procurement, and inappropriate ministerial expenses. E, includes provisions to gut the federal environmental assessment regime and to overhaul fish habitat that will adversely affect fragile ecosystems and Canada's environmental sustainability for generations to come. F, calls into question Canada's food inspection and public health regime by removing critical oversight powers of the Auditor General in relation to Canada's Food Inspection Agency, all while providing an avenue and paving the way for opportunities to privatize a number of essential inspection functions. And finally, G, does nothing to provide a solution for the growing number of Canadians looking for employment in Canada's challenging job market and instead fuels further job loss, which, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, will amount to a total loss of 43,000 jobs in 2014. Thank you.
Fantastic. Well done.
The amendment is admissible. Ms. Nash, seconded by Mr. Caron, moves that the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substituting the following. This House declines to give second reading to Bill C-38, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 29, 2012, and other measures because it, A, weakens Canadians' confidence in the work of Parliament, decreases transparency, and erodes fundamental democratic institutions by systematically over-concentrating power in the hands of government ministers. B, shields the government from criticism on extremely controversial non-budgetary issues by bundling them into one enormous piece of legislation masquerading as a budgetary bill. C, undermines the critical role played by such trusted oversight bodies as the Office of the Auditor General of Canada, the CSIS Inspector General, and the National Energy Board, amongst many others, thereby silencing institutional checks and balances to the government's ideological agenda. D, raises the age of eligibility for old age security and the guaranteed income supplement from 65 to 67 years in a reckless effort to balance the government's misguided spending on prisons, incompetent military procurement, and inappropriate ministerial expenses. E, includes provisions to gut the federal environmental assessment regime and to overhaul fish habitat protection that will adversely affect fragile ecosystems and Canada's environmental sustainability for generations to come. F, calls into question Canada's food inspection and public health regime by removing critical oversight powers of the Auditor General in relation to the Canada Food Inspection Agency, all while providing an avenue and paving the way for opportunities to privatize a number of essential inspection functions. And G, does nothing to provide a solution for the growing number of Canadians looking for employment in Canada's challenging job market, and instead fuels further job loss, which, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, will amount to a total loss of 43,000 jobs in 2014. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a question for the Honourable Member. 1 year ago today, the Canadian people sent us here, elected a strong, stable, national Conservative majority government. And they gave us a strong mandate to create jobs and long-term prosperity. And I'm really curious in listening to the member's remarks that would make the drafters of the Waffle Manifesto blush with pride. I was wondering if she had an opportunity to speak to her seatmate, the member for Hamilton Centre, where this experiment was tried in Ontario with high taxes, low unemployment, reckless government spending, where the Ontario credit rating was downgraded a number of times. And this is what she wants to bring to Canada. I was wondering if she had an opportunity to speak to her seatmate about how Ontario was damaged and hurt by such policies of the NDP government at that time, and how the province of Ontario still hasn't recovered from that period.
The Honourable Member for Parkville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's incredibly telling that with a Budget Implementation Act of 425 pages that throws everything in, including the kitchen sink, the honourable member opposite cannot think of one question or one way to challenge anything that I have just said that challenges the legitimacy, the transparency, and the democratic approach of this bill. He cannot think of one question to ask on that, and so what he has to do is resort back to a boilerplate talking points from some distant past in some conservative ideological fantasy land. It's shocking. It's funny.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member from Hyde Park, Parkdale, has done a masterful job of showing the deficiencies in this bill. When it kills the National Roundtable on Environment and Economy, the Kyoto Protocol, the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, it's doing irreparable harm. That's clear. And we know what it's about. We know that it's about building pipelines to the United States and China and rushing little processed bitumen off of our land. So my question to the honourable member is, would she and her party support the building of a much better pipeline to eastern Canada to ensure energy self-sufficiency for Canada, more affordable oil products in the East, more job creations, and the creation, not the closing of refineries across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, I thank my colleague for his question, and obviously I think we all understand the need for an energy security policy in Canada, and what approach that will take, I guess, remains to be seen, because there is a vacuum on the other side of the House in terms of what that would look like. Yeah. But I'll tell the honourable member, and I'll tell this House what I am in favour of. I am in favour of a rigorous environmental assessment that makes sure that we are balancing our economic needs with the needs for future generations to have a sustainable environment, so that we are protecting our wilderness areas, our coastal water areas, the air we breathe, the food we eat, so that not just Canadians today, but future generations are protected. And that's what is undermined by the changes, the 1/3 of the bill that is being proposed by this government. That's what's being undermined by these changes.
Here, here.
The honour.
Questions and comments.
I'm O'Cowichan.
I want to thank the member from Parkdale Hyde Park for very ably outlining the NDP concerns with this government bill. And my question, the member did touch on the fact that this omnibus bill has all kinds of repercussions for Canadians. And I think one of the real repercussions for Canadians is undermining the strength of our democracy. And I would like to ask the member to comment on what she feels this does to the role of parliamentarians, to the role of MPs, not only here in this House to be able to ably debate and fully debate every aspect of a complex piece of legislation, but also what it does to the committee structure in this country, and why Canadians would trust a government that has misused the public confidence with regards to the F-35s, with regards to prorogation. I wonder if she could comment on that.
Well, member for Parkdale High Park.
I thank my colleague for her question, and I think that really gets to the heart of the issue here, because I think it's fair for the Minister of Natural Resources to say there are changes that the government would like to make in the area of building pipelines, and that there are things that Canadians should examine. So these should be proposed in the proper, in a proper separate bill. A bill that puts forward the government's goals in the area of energy and natural resources, in the area of the environment, because we have committees where we have parliamentarians who are elected to represent their constituents, but to represent the people of Canada in their critic area. When we have a bill of 425 pages, a third of which is on gutting environmental protections, that will go to the Finance Committee instead of the Environment Committee, then you have to ask yourself the question, what are they hiding? How are Canadians served by this? What is happening to our democracy?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I always find it exciting to see the NDP stand up and talk about protecting families, Canadian families and Canadian jobs, because that's the same party that sent members down to the United States to protest Canadian jobs, to protest against Canadian families earning a living. Mr. Speaker, they should be ashamed of themselves for that. But I'm really curious at this stage. They talk about how they stand up for Canadians, how they stand up for jobs, except I'm wondering why they voted against the Economic Action Plan. Mr. Speaker, not once but twice. They voted against real jobs, against roads and bridges, against hockey rinks being built in small-town Alberta to small-town Quebec. Right across this country, they voted against training Canadians to take Canadian jobs. Why did they vote against those plans, Mr. Speaker? It was the largest infrastructure investment in Canada's history, and they voted against them. They should be ashamed of themselves. Not only do they not stand up for Canadians when they have the chance, but they stand against them, foreign powers. All the time they stand against Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and Canadian jobs, and I want to know why they do that.
Member for Parkdale High Park.
A lame question.
It is a little bit. It's a little sad that we can't actually get some legitimate questions about the comments that are made, so that we can actually have a reasonable debate. I mean, you want to talk about job creation? I raised in my speech that it was the Conservatives that paid consultants $90,000 a day to tell them where they should cut programs and services in the public sector. And guess what? They won't tell Canadians where those cuts are going to come from. So we don't even have the proper ability to defend Canadian services, to defend the programs Canadians want, because they're not coming clean with the Canadian people. I think that's very telling. They're using stale talking points rather than dealing with this massive budget at hand.
Absolutely.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. L'honorable député.
Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague, who is our finance critic, and she has done an excellent analysis of this budget. I also want to congratulate her on her work and her speech. She talked a little bit about the process that was used by the government. We've got this 425-page budget implementation bill. We know that this bill deals with the environment, but it will only go before the Finance Committee. I would like to know whether she read Andrew Coyne's article in the Post-Media News that talks about the process, and how does she think this committee will actually be able to get through this 425-page bill? The Honourable Member. This is a very good question. I would like to thank my colleague. This bill is supposed to be a budget implementation bill, but everything is there. A third of the bill, in fact, deals with changes to eliminate environmental protections. This legislation undermines democracy and undermines the ability of members and Canadians to really examine what is in this bill. What we are asking for is for the bill to be split, to be divided up so that the provisions on the environment be considered in the Environment Committee and the other elements by other committees.
That's all for questions and comments on this round. But before we resume debate, it's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are the Honourable Member for St. Paul's on Aboriginal Affairs, the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood on National Defence, and the Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin-Kapuskasing regarding pensions. Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, I rise to speak on Bill C-38, the Government's Budget Implementation Bill. I'd like to use my time to address four themes, and namely how the Conservatives are, one, hiding the full impact of their spending cuts, two, they're breaking their election promise to protect old age security, three, they're using Budget 2012 to ram through important changes to Canada that are unrelated to budgets, four, they're failing to create good-paying jobs and even recognize the important issue of growing income inequality in Canada. Later on in this debate, my colleague from the riding of Etobicoke North, the Liberal critic for the environment, will speak on how the Conservatives are using this budget bill to not just completely rewrite Canada's environmental laws, because we understand that streamlining environmental laws and protection can be a meritorious objective and approach, but we're concerned that there's a difference between streamlining and gutting. And the lack or the approach of this government of using an omnibus bill, the kitchen sink bill, to put all these measures in the same legislation is denying Parliament and denying the committees the opportunity to subject this legislation to suitable scrutiny and to enable us both as parliamentarians to be responsible but also accountable. So first of all, the full impact of spending cuts. The Conservatives are trying to hide the full impact of their cuts from Canadians by only talking about half of them. Allow me to illustrate with a couple examples. We know that the Conservative cuts will ramp up over 4 years until they reach $10.8 billion in ongoing cuts to the annual budget. However, Budget 2012 only provides details on $5 billion of the $10.8 billion in ongoing cuts. So as we try to make sense of this budget, we must be mindful that the information the government released in Budget 2012 only applies to just under half of the overall cuts. That goes for the 19,200 federal public servants that will be laid off. Those positions are being eliminated, or that are being eliminated, stem from just half the cuts. We hear about the ongoing cuts of $688 million to public safety, $153 million to transport, $310 million to agriculture and agri-food, $378 million to international aid. But those cuts are the result, once again, of just half the overall cuts projected by the federal government. For the other half of the cuts, we have precious few details, almost, in fact, none. From Budget 2010, we know there will be an ongoing cut of $1 billion to national defense and an ongoing cut of more than $1.8 billion to international aid. I don't know how they can afford $16 orange juice and 6-star hotels and several $1,000s of limousine bills in that context, but that's another story, Mr. Speaker. So when you read in the newspaper, now the only other person who stayed at the Savoy that I know is Conrad Black. But that's another story, Mr. Speaker. So when you read in the newspaper that Canada's foreign aid is being cut by $378 million, that's not even close to the full story. When you add the cuts announced in 2010, we know that the ongoing annual cut to foreign aid is at least $2.2 billion, which is roughly 50% of Canada's foreign aid budget. We know that the ongoing annual cut to national defense is at least $2.1 billion, not the $1.1 billion introduced in Budget 2012. We know that the ongoing annual cuts to the Government of Canada will be $10.8 billion, not the $5.2 billion announced in Budget 2012. Ce que nous ne savons pas est
This doesn't seem to be. They don't know the impact of these additional cuts on programs and services offered to Canadians. We don't know how other departments and organizations will be affected.
Know how many federal public servants will be cut in addition to the 19,200 positions that were announced in Budget 2012. Le gouvernement ne peut pas.
And the government cannot cut an additional amount of $5.6 billion without cutting savagely into programs and services.
The Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives estimates that in addition to the 19,200 positions being eliminated in Budget 2012, there will be a further 6,300 jobs cut as a result of the government's previous strategic reviews that have yet to be implemented, and a further 9,000 cuts as a result of the government's budget operating freeze. That creates a total of 34,500 federal public service jobs cut. The Parliamentary Budget Officer agrees that the 19,200 public service jobs that are being cut do not represent the full number. In his words, quote, additional job losses will be required. We're actually talking about cuts on top of cuts. Speaker, how many more federal jobs will be eliminated? The government is not telling Canadians or the public service the truth. We don't
know why the Conservatives are hiding the true numbers. We don't know why. They don't explain to Canadians which cuts will affect them. We don't know why the Conservatives refuse to give Canadians and Parliament all the information required in order to have an enlightened debate.
I recognize the government is about choices, and some spending cuts are necessary, even in good times. It was in that context that we, as a government, and I remember when the member for Wascana was Minister of Finance, and the member for Markham Unionville was minister responsible at that time with, I believe, Treasury. Anyway, he was responsible for the Expenditure Review Committee of Cabinet. I served on the Expenditure Review Committee of Cabinet at that time. Now, it's important to realize, to put this in context, we were actually in surplus at that time. So it's important to also recognize that we agree in principle with reviewing government expenditures on an ongoing basis in surplus or deficit to ensure best value for taxpayer, to ensure that programs and services reflect actual need, not need that may have lapsed in the past. It's also important to realize and to recognize the context of the surplus that the Liberal governments were delivering at that time, because the Liberal government had inherited a $43 billion surplus that was left behind by the previous government, under a deficit rather. Under that watch, under the Liberal watch, Canada went from a $43 billion deficit to 9 consecutive years of budgetary surplus. They paid over $100 billion down on the national debt, and it was during those good times, during surplus, that we did expenditure review, but we did it very differently than the way the government is doing it now. In fact, we also cut Canadian taxes while maintaining a balanced budget, and we introduced the largest income tax cut, personal income tax cut in the history of Canada. We also cut corporate taxes when we could afford to, when we were in surplus, and we cut payroll taxes. But in 13 consecutive times, I'm reminded by one of the greatest finance ministers we've ever had, and the member from Wascana. But, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the way we conducted expenditure review, we identified savings very differently than the way the Conservatives are doing it. We were careful to provide detailed information to Canadians long before the cuts were implemented. In fact, you can get all that information. It's still available on the Internet, on the website, www.expendituereview.gc.ca. I don't know how much longer the Conservatives will leave that up, but if you go to that website, you will see line by line a description of which programs were being cut where, when they were being cut, why it was being done, and by how much. That was provided before the cuts were implemented. That is the level of detail that Canadians expect from their government in a functioning democracy. And it's important to keep in mind that that was almost 7 years ago. The level of transparency in terms of information for Canadians, for the public, that is demanded by the public today has actually increased. And that Liberal government that I was proud to be part of, that expenditure review committee that I was proud to help serve on, that identified billions of dollars of savings for Canadians, was actually more open and transparent then, 7 years ago, than this Conservative government is today. And I'll add, Mr. Speaker, that our decisions were made by ministers working in concert with public servants. We didn't have to pay a consulting company $90,000 a day. We didn't have to outsource our decision-making on making those difficult decisions at the time. But, Mr. Speaker, it's important that that level of detail be provided to Canadians today. Unfortunately, now the Conservatives are routinely hide even the most basic information from Canadians and from members of Parliament. And it's not just that they're hiding this information from the opposition in a partisan sense, they're hiding it from their own members on that side of the House. And members of the Conservative Party, elected as Conservatives, have the same fiduciary responsibility as part of their jobs, a constitutional responsibility to hold their government account and to demand that information that members on this side of the House have. Mr. Speaker, last year the Conservatives were found in contempt of Parliament for hiding the cost of legislation that was before the House. They hid the cost of their crime bills and the cost of their F-35s. They refused to provide the information that Canadians needed in order to make informed decisions and provide parliamentarians representing Canadian citizens that information. By hiding that information, they're attacking the very democratic foundation of our country. And for that, again, they were the first government in the history of the Westminster system to be found in contempt of Parliament. The Auditor General has since eviscerated the government for keeping 2 sets of books on the F-35s, a real set that was kept hidden from Canadians and hidden from the Parliament of Canada, and a phony set that they used during the last election. And now they're at it again. On Monday, the government held a briefing for MPs and senators on this budget bill. This legislation implements the changes, for instance, to old age security and raises the age from 65 to 67. The government representatives were asked how much these changes to old age security would change the cost of that program for Canadians. The government refused to answer. Worse, they said that we could find this information out after the bill is passed, when the Chief Actuarial Officer updates his report. But they wouldn't tell us this information prior to the vote on the bill. They insist that these changes to OAS are necessary in order to save money, and that they say that the system is not sustainable. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, we've heard from several reports, including finance reports, including the Parliamentary Budget Office, including the OECD, that that's actually false. In Canada's case, the old age security is sustainable as is. But they won't tell us how much these changes will save the Treasury. They won't provide this basic information that we as parliamentarians need to make an informed decision. And, Mr. Speaker, is the real reason that these numbers would actually show Parliament the truth that, in fact, OAS is sustainable, that we do not have to make these draconian changes that will punish Canada's most vulnerable citizens, these regressive changes that will hurt, in many cases, the poorest of the poor. Now, what we do know is that the Prime Minister is breaking his election promise to Canadians by raising the age of OAS from 65 to 67. He promised he wouldn't cut Canadian pensions. This is a cut on Canadian pensions, and it's an attack on the low-income seniors. We also know that the Prime Minister is ignoring the advice of, as I mentioned, the OECD, Canada's Chief Actuarial Officer, and the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who all agree that these changes are not necessary. We know that the Prime Minister is ignoring his own experts on this matter, and the experts agree that it is sustainable. But, Mr. Speaker, even if OAS were not sustainable, if changes had to be made, there are changes that could be made that would be progressive. For instance, you could adjust the clawback threshold, and there are areas that we would look at. Let's look at who gets OAS. 40% of the Canadians who receive OAS make less than $20,000 per year. 53% of Canadians who receive OAS make less than $25,000 per year. Older single women living in poverty are disproportionately affected by OAS changes. Mr. Speaker, to qualify for the guaranteed income supplement that is received by the poorest of the poor, Canada's most vulnerable citizens, you need to qualify for the old age security. Those people will lose about $30,000 over a 2-year period. Now, the government is saying, well, wait a minute, you folks can work a couple extra years. Well, that may be fine if you're a politician or a journalist or an accountant or a lawyer or a consultant, but it's a little tougher if you're a pipe fitter, if you're a welder, if you're a carpenter, if you're a woman working in a fish plant in Newfoundland in cold, damp conditions on a concrete floor all day. We have to think of all Canadians, and these are some of the most vulnerable, those who are doing physical labor. And also, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to realize that with these changes to OAS, the government is saying we're giving advance notice that people can save a little more. Mr. Speaker, how can families making $20,000 or $25,000 be expected to save a little more? I think it shows the degree to which the government is out of touch with the realities of Canada's working poor and the realities of income inequality in Canada. Mr. Speaker, this kitchen sink bill and raising the OAS is only part of this bill. The reality is that this bill is 420 pages in length, 753 clauses. It amends 70 laws. It includes a complete rewrite of our environmental laws, a unilateral cut of 3% to the provinces for health care funding at a time our population is growing, the tearing up of 100,000 immigration applications that have been worked on for years, sweeping changes to EI, the removal of several laws, including the Fair Wages and Hours of Labour Act, the Kyoto Protocol Implementation Act, the elimination of several government bodies, including the National Roundtable on Economy and Environment, the First Nations Statistical Institute, and the National Council on Welfare. The bill actually gives the Governor-General a salary increase of $30,000 after taxes, if you adjust making the Governor General's. I don't think that our Governor General was looking for a pay increase, but I'm not sure if this kind of salary hike for the GG is appropriate at a time when government programs and services are being slashed. And I think, in fact, the Governor General would. I think the Governor. No, even after taxes, there is a pay increase for the Governor General. I don't think the Governor General was pining for a pay increase. But the point is, this is a very big piece of legislation. It covers a wide range of issues and areas of public policy. For example, included in the sweeping changes to EI is a change that would allow low-income recipients who find work to keep more of their income. There are some of us who may look at part of that and say, okay, that makes some sense. But we can't support that when the budget bill also includes measures that would gut old age security for a lot of seniors and prevent them from receiving it at the time when they need it, or that potentially reduces Canada's environmental oversight and regulatory framework. Mr. Speaker, the member for York West, the Liberal member for York West, has been championing for a long time changes to protect long-term disability pension plans. There are some of those measures in here. We could, if provided the opportunity, support some of those measures, but we're not given that opportunity because, in fact, this is an omnibus bill which forces us to vote for the entire kitchen sink bill and not exercise our responsibilities as parliamentarians to actually evaluate and support individual measures that may be meritorious while others wouldn't be. The general direction of this legislation would take Canada is in fact not something I would support, but there are measures in this bill that in fact I could support. By bundling these different changes in a single piece of legislation, the Conservatives are denying Parliament the opportunity and the ability to fulfill its responsibility to provide oversight and clear direction. I'd like to quote from Andrew Coyne on this matter. Quote, "The practice has been to throw together all manners of bills involving wholly different responsibilities of government in one all-purpose budget implementation bill and to force MPs to vote up or down on the lot. While the 2012 budget implementation bill is hardly the first in this tradition, the scale and scope is on a level not previously seen or tolerated. It makes it impossible to know what Parliament really intended by any of it. We have no idea whether MPs supported or opposed any particular bill in the bunch, only that they voted for the legislation that contained them. There is no common thread that runs between them, no overarching principle. They represent not a single act of policy, but a sort of compulsory buffet." Mr. Speaker, over the coming days, this House is expected to continue its debate on this legislation. A number of changes in the legislation will be discussed. No doubt a number of changes will fall through the cracks, and I expect the Conservatives are counting on this. Mr. Speaker, finally, on the issue of income inequality, this was not an ordinary economic downturn. It's not an ordinary recovery. We're part of a global economic restructuring. Canada's recovery is being driven by our natural resource wealth. As such, we're seeing a commensurate higher dollar and a very different effect of the recovery on different parts of the country. We're seeing the crowding out of a lot of traditional high-value manufacturing jobs. We're seeing an increase in the gap between rich and poor. The issue of income inequality is an issue that several recent polls where Canadians have indicated it is one of the most important issues, in some cases, in some polls, the most important economic issue facing the country. There is nothing in this budget addressing income inequality specifically, but there are measures in this budget that actually make it worse, Mr. Speaker. And we believe that income inequality should be on the agenda of the Canadian Parliament, and this budget, among other things, denies Parliament the opportunity to have a fulsome debate on one of the issues that is important to Canadians, and that is growing income inequality.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to thank my colleague for his presentation. I found it somewhat entertaining, however, because there seems to be a lack of understanding of what exactly is in the Budget Implementation Act, and I would suggest that my honourable colleague perhaps take a second look at it, because there are, in fact, many measures that help to deal with things like inequality. In fact, the best way to fight poverty, the best way to deal with inequality is to ensure that Canadians have jobs, which is a main focus of this budget. It's a main focus because we're addressing jobs, we're addressing long-term prosperity, and of course economic growth. Now, the question I do have for the member is I have before me pages and pages of good quotes from economists across the country and elsewhere who suggest that this Budget Implementation Act is in fact the direction that this government ought to have taken, and the fact that we've taken this direction, they applaud it, and they suggest that if we deter from this path,
that it would put our country into significant risk. And so I would ask the member opposite if he could address the fact that there are so many economists that agree with our position. How does he explain the fact that there are literally dozens of them who agree with the direction this government has taken?
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, there's also a lot of economists who believe that the issue of income inequality is important as an issue. That in fact there are economic costs as well as social costs to ignoring income inequality. A lot of economists, including a Nobel Prize-winning economist Joe Stiglitz, have said that the costs of the economic costs of ignoring income inequality are going to be significant. That in fact, growing income inequality is leading to a growth in or a gap in equality of opportunity. And I know some rich people who are as concerned about the issue of income inequality as anyone else because they know it's bad for society, and while they believe in a free market economy, they do not believe in a free market society. And they know that it is fundamental to social cohesion and to our communities that people have equality of opportunity. And the only way this budget addresses income inequality is to make it worse. And I am concerned about the growth and equality of opportunity in Canada between provinces, between rich neighbourhoods and poor neighbourhoods. And it is an issue that we're going to...
Order. Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech and his intervention. We're talking a lot about the, what's in it, what's not in it, and one of the things that really caught my eye with this is this little tiny piece in there that relates to foreign ownership when it comes to spectrum. And so the auction this government put out does nothing to address rural areas in Canada. So rural Canadians don't matter to this government, because they're continuing to ignore them when it comes to broadband and when it comes to wireless technology. But what they put in here was foreign ownership, that a company can come in here and buy any one of our small new entrants, as long as they're below 10%. And if they're below that 10%, they can buy them up, opening up companies like AT&T to come in and maybe buy this and take over. And we've seen too many examples of this in the past. In my riding of Sudbury, we had Valley take over Inco. So I'd like to know, has the member considered this, and what does he think the implications will be when we have more foreign ownership coming into our country? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Well, number one, when it comes to issues of foreign ownership, I'm generally quite open to foreign direct investment, with certain caveats. And let me talk to the honourable member, and I appreciate his question, when it comes to, for instance, telecommunications. It's generally thought of by the ideologues that when you deregulate, it leads to more competition, and the more competition leads to lower prices. That's not always the case in telco. And what happens is when you deregulate quite frequently in telco, prices get closer to cost. And the reality is in rural communities and in small town communities, the costs of providing telco are often higher because the population being served is smaller and the infrastructure costs are still significantly high. As a result of that, what happens is there's a cherry picking that goes on in the cities where there's an opportunity, there's a bigger market, there's an opportunity to cut prices. There's a cutting of prices that will occur for urban clients, but there's also often a commensurate jacking up of prices in rural communities. And that is something that, while I generally favor rational and in some cases lower regulations on some of these things if they lead to more competition, my fear is on some of these measures we could actually see an increase of the prices of telco and access to telco in rural communities. And I can tell you this leads to another fact, Mr. Speaker. The cap cuts, the cuts to cap that the government's implementing have a terrible effect on a lot of the communities I represent in my rural Nova Scotian riding. There are communities and libraries in my riding where there's a wait to get on a computer, where people cannot afford to have their own computer or their own internet access, and they go and they wait for a long time to have access. Those campsites are important and should be maintained.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his speech, and I just wanted to ask him about some of the comments that come from the government. Talks about how in the past the former Liberal government would put a lot of the services down to the provinces when it comes to deficit fighting and cutting down on the deficit, which we did. But I'd like for him to comment on the fact that by raising the age from 65 to 67 on old age security, as well as the guaranteed income supplement, how that is going to be a downloading of a lot of responsibilities to the provinces, certainly when it comes to welfare, housing, and a lot of the social services.
The honourable member for Kings Hands.
Spoken with members of provincial governments, and I've spoken, in fact, I've met with the Premier this week to talk about the provinces are not being engaged or consulted on any of these changes. There's going to be a significant offloading of social costs with these changes in OAS. This also comes at a time when we have an aging demographic, particularly in the Maritimes, or in Atlantic Canada, I should say. So a disproportionately high burden on our healthcare costs. The other area where there's going to be an offloading onto the provinces is in the whole area of costs to operate prisons. I mean, the government is proposing to put a lot more Canadians behind bars, but is actually cutting Corrections Canada. So the question has to be asked, who's going to pay for these increased costs? This is not, I don't have time to talk about the illogical and ideological spectacle of a government at a time when we know that these approaches to law and order don't work, spending this kind of money. But the reality is that the provinces are going to bear a significant amount of expenses. And so I think provinces are going to get more engaged in this debate.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I too thank the member for Kings Hands for his no doubt learned speech. But there was a moment towards the end of his speech when I think we caught a glimpse of some of the tortuous logic on economic matters that the Liberal Party has fallen victim to. He drew a distinction between a free market economy and a free market society. He likes the free market economy, but not the free market society. We on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, understand free market is a free market. If you manage it well, it serves society, it creates jobs, it creates growth. So my question for the member is this. If it is not by keeping taxes low, if it is not by investing in the very best human resources, in innovation, if it is not in encouraging responsible resource development, how else does this honourable member expect to make Canada competitive in the decades and indeed the centuries to come?
The honourable member for Kings Hands, a short response, please.
Mr. Speaker, I should cite for the honourable member one of Canada's former Prime Ministers who has a close relationship with both the honourable member and with myself, sent me an email on my bill on income inequality congratulating me and saying that this is exactly what the Government of Canada and what the Parliament of Canada ought to be engaged in. Now, that was a progressive Conservative Prime Minister who knew the difference between a free market society and a free market economy. And I can also say to the honourable member that in a free market economy, and people recognize, like me, the importance of free market economy, we also recognize the importance of a vibrant public education system in ensuring that we invest in equality of opportunity, that we work with the provinces on a national basis to ensure that Canadians don't get left behind. And that is what the Conservatives are forgetting. And this is a budget that leaves a lot of Canadians behind. And this is a budget that you can't say it doesn't address income inequality.
The time has expired for the member. Resuming debate. Oh, I see the Honourable Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On March 29th, the Finance Minister tabled Economic Action Plan 2012, our low-tax plan for jobs, growth and long-term prosperity, which this House voted on and passed on April 4th. The budget builds on our successful plan that's already seen nearly 700,000 net new jobs created across Canada since 2009. And on Thursday, April 26, we introduced this bill, C-38, the Jobs, Growth and Long-Term Prosperity Act, to implement the budget and the job-creating measures it includes, including those measures to ensure that Canada's competitive advantages are harnessed to ensure our prosperity for decades to come. On that same day, when the bill was introduced, I informed the House that there would be a vote on the bill on May 14th. In order to keep that commitment to Canadians and this House, I must advise that an agreement has not been reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 concerning the proceedings at second reading of Bill C-38, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 29, 2012, and other measures. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at those stages. For planning purposes, I would like to advise that it is the intention of the government to allow a total of 7 days for the second reading debate of C-38. That would allow a vote to take place, as indicated earlier, on May 14th.
I'm sure the House appreciates the new information and, from the Government House Leader. Before I call on the Minister of the Environment for resuming debate, I'll have to let him know we'll need to interrupt him in about 4 minutes, this being the end of government orders for the day. Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with my colleague from York Centre. Mr. Speaker, it is always a pleasure to rise to address this House, but today it's even a greater pleasure to have the opportunity to speak about this important budget and our commitment to environmental excellence in Canada. Monsieur le Président, nous savons...
Mr. Speaker, we all know that thanks to the efforts of this government, Canada has weathered the crisis of the past years in a way that has been recognized globally. Since July 2009, over 690,000 jobs have been created, and the pre-recession peak has been exceeded by 200,000 jobs. This is the highest job growth rate of all the G7 countries.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud that our Economic Action Plan has indeed shown itself to be world-class. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm also proud that our environmental actions and our national parks are also meeting world-class standards. I know that honourable members are particularly interested in the environment, and we are very busy on that front. One example, an important one, is our performance with respect, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, to greenhouse gas emissions. Just last month, I was pleased to announce the results of the National Inventory Report and the data collected from greenhouse gas emissions reporting programs. Between 2009 and 2010, our emissions remained steady, while thanks to our Economic Action Plan, our economy grew 3.2% during that time. This is not a blip, Madam Speaker. This is a continuing trend. Yes, emissions have grown by 17% since 1990, but in the same period, Canada's economy has grown over 3 times as much, by 60.5%, through a responsible, through a practical approach to managing both the environment and the economy, and with the support, Madam Speaker, and participation of our provincial and territorial partners, new technologies and better practices in our various industrial sectors. Through all of these, Mr. Speaker, we will continue on this path. Madam Speaker, honourable members know that Canada is a world leader in a very competitive global economy, but we cannot remain world-class without continually sharpening our skills, focusing on essential activities, increasing productivity, and working smarter. This government knows this, and our commitment to Environment Canada is to build on the tradition of excellence in the organization and the extraordinarily talented and committed employees. Let me give just a few examples of the steps that we've taken. Even before this budget, we renewed the Plan Saint-Laurent, and the Atlantic Ecosystem Initiative. We created a world-class system for monitoring the water, air, and biodiversity of the incredibly important oil sands region of Alberta. And
he will have 6 minutes left in his to his intervention. But it being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Since there is no motion at the report stage, the House will not proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage.
Sweet moves that Bill C-304, an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act protecting freedom, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
All those who oppose the motion, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Conformément à l'article 38.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, May 9th, 2012, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
See the clock at 6:30.
Is there unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:30? So, agreed. Alors, à ce moment, si...
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed now to have been adopted. Accordingly, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn the honourable member for St. Paul.
Madam Speaker, in January 2012, I asked the Prime Minister to apologize for the government's characterization of First Nations as adversaries in an internal government document on the oil sands. My question was, will the Prime Minister publicly apologize for this shameful position and affirm that First Nations have constitutional rights that must be recognized and respected when it comes to the development of anything on or affecting their traditional lands? Last January, Greenpeace Canada and Climate Action Network released an internal government document entitled Pan-European Oil Sands Advocacy Strategy, which contained a list that divided stakeholders according to their position on the oil sands as influencers, allies, or adversaries. First Nations were appalled when they discovered that the government had labeled them as adversaries, along with environmental advocates. I would like to remind the House that when I asked this question on January 31st, the Crown First Nations gathering had just been held. At the gathering, the Prime Minister declared that the time had come to reset the relationship between Crown and First Nations. But the gap between the Prime Minister's rhetoric on resetting the relationship and the reality of his government's total disregard for the rights of Indigenous people to be fully recognized and respected when it comes to resource development is staggering. Let's not forget that the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, which Canada has endorsed, obliges Canada to obtain the free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous people. Adversaries, I cannot think of a more insulting term, but I would remind the House that this characterization is entirely consistent with the Conservatives' default position on dealing with those who hold different views, that you are either with the government or against it. It's equally disturbing that this same document characterizes the Federal Aboriginal Affairs Department as well as the National Energy Board, which is supposed to be an independent industry regulator, as allies. For anyone who values the independence and impartiality of democratic processes like the NEB hearings, this characterization raises alarm bells about the independence and impartiality of the hearings and leaves little doubt that the government has already determined the outcome of the review.
The document goes on to justify the government's defence of the oil sands industry in terms of the creation of jobs and economic prosperity for all Canadians. But I would ask an important question. What are the potential risks to First Nations who are along the pipeline route? I have heard from groups like the Yinka Dene Alliance who oppose the Northern Gateway Pipeline, not because they are against development, but because they believe this project could be potentially catastrophic. An oil spill in their traditional territories would not just be an environmental nightmare, but would jeopardize jobs that exist today for First Nations in the vibrant tourism and fisheries sectors. Once again, opposition to the Gateway Pipeline should not be misconstrued as opposition to development writ large. In the case of the Yinka Dene, these First Nations are partners in a project to explore liquid natural gas from a new terminal in Kitimat, a project that they determined carries low risks to both the economy and the environment. For the sake of clarity, I want to ask the Parliamentary Secretary today if he is willing to clarify the government's position. Is the position of the government to treat the constitutional rights of First Nations with the type of disrespect shown in that internal memo?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to answer the question of the member for St. Paul. I would like to assure the member that the Government of Canada pledges to protect the health and security of Aboriginal communities and the environmental integrity of lands on reserve. Canada has a legal obligation to consult and accommodate Aboriginal groups in certain situations, and our government takes its obligation to consult seriously, and it will consult Aboriginal groups when an activity proposed by the federal government could have negative impacts on treaty or ancestral rights. Aboriginal consultation is a key element of the environmental assessment process and regulatory process in Canada. Canada's approach includes new guidelines, updated guidelines for federal public servants to respect the obligation to consult and directives on consultation. These principles and directives provide clearer guidelines and to federal public servants with regard to their obligation to consult. Currently, we are working with Aboriginal groups, provinces, and territories to develop a process that is based on collaboration for consultation and accommodation, a process that will lead to an efficient decision-making process and the elimination of duplication and overlapping with other administrations. I would also like to add that Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada advocates a consensual approach to work with other departments to ensure that significant consultations are conducted for resource projects and other activities. Canada seeks to fulfill its legal duty to consult by carrying out significant consultations for Aboriginal communities by ensuring that we take into account their opinions when it comes time to take a decision on, for example, the development of oil sands or other things or other activities. These broad-based consultations foster the Canadian economy by advancing these projects. By undertaking significant consultations, we are helping Aboriginal groups to improve their economic prosperity and welfare, establish healthy and more durable communities, and participate more profoundly in Canada's economic development. Madam Speaker, our government continues to work in concert with the governments with the implementation of strategies that will ensure that we make enlightened decisions that meet our current needs and those of future generations. Thank you.
For St. Paul's.
Madam Speaker, I I don't believe that the parliamentary secretary actually heard the question. It is the position of the government to treat the constitutional rights of First Nations with the type of disrespect shown in that internal memo. How can we believe that the Conservatives are willing to work in partnership with First Nations when it qualifies them in that very document as adversaries? After the Crown First Nations gathering, after the actually timeliness of the Budget Implementation Act debate today, where the National Chief has been so critical of again, the government doesn't seem to understand in this budget implementation that it's bound by the Constitution to uphold its duty to consult, which means it cannot unilaterally reduce these duties through changes to existing legislation. It is extraordinarily important that the treaties are honoured, that government treat the governments of First Nations government to government. And while the parliamentary secretary apologized today for the disgraceful words used by his government to characterize First Nations as adversaries.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I have already said, our government takes its consultation obligations very seriously. The Crown has a legal obligation to consult whenever treaty rights and Aboriginal rights could be compromised. And this is exactly what we are doing. The health and safety of all Canadians, as well as the environment, are priorities for our government. This is why our government, in cooperation with other governments, Aboriginal people, scientists, and the industry, are assessing the climate implications of oil sands development. We know that the cumulative effects need to be taken into account. We need to have a comprehensive strategy. Good consultations are a priority for our government.
For Scarborough-Guildwood.
Madam Speaker, I asked a question back on January 31st, and frankly, it does seem to be kind of light years away since January 31st with respect to the F-35 costs. We have since had, of course, the Auditor General's report, and of course, the PBO is working on some form of attempted reconciliation between what the government chooses to tell us and what are the realities. Ironically, Madam Speaker, at this stage, the PBO, the AG, and the Cabinet are all roughly in the same agreement as to what the costs are, and why we've had to go through this horrible exercise of trying to drag out of the government the actual full life cycle cost of this asset, this F-35, is beyond me, Madam Speaker. There is really no dispute as to what is the way in which you do full life cycle costing. It's set out in the U.S. Congressional Handbook. It's set out in the U.K. Handbook. It's even set out in our own handbook. And so when the Finance Committee passed its motion back in 2010, Madam Speaker, which ultimately led to the dissolution of the previous Parliament and which ultimately led to the fall of this government, it was clearly and completely known what full life cycle costs. So here we are just over a year later and still dragging this information out through the nose of the government of the day. And of course we wouldn't be dragging it out through the nose if in fact they'd been up front with the Canadian people. So in fact, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Defence kind of fell into it this week when he said, of course the Cabinet knew that it was going to be $25 billion. The Cabinet wasn't misled. They knew that there was this $10 billion gap between what Canadians knew and what Parliament knew and what the full life cycle costs were, which is within cooee of what the PBO was saying, and it's clearly within cooee of what the AG is saying. So AG, Cabinet, and the PBO all knew what the right figure was. The only people that didn't actually know what the correct figure was the people of Canada and the Parliament of Canada. So we're almost there in terms of agreeing on the actual number, Madam Speaker. It's a pity that we have to go through this level of confusion and these repetitive questions and question periods, this castigating of anyone who actually tries to speak truth to power. I was witness, Madam Speaker, to a shameful exhibition by the Conservative members on the Finance Committee ridiculing the parliamentary budget officer, who, as you know, is frequently more right than he is wrong, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thought that it was kind of ironic yesterday to have the Deputy Minister of Defence actually say that when asked by another member about the two sets of books that are being run, he said, well, the column on the left-hand side went to Cabinet. In other words, that's the truthful column. That's the $25 billion column for decision-making purposes. The government decided to communicate the other number, the acquisition of major frames, acquisition costs and sustainment costs, with another number. And then he goes on and says, we worked off the left-hand column, Madam Speaker. The right-hand column was how we responded to the Parliamentary Budget Office. In other words, mislead, mislead, mislead. It is the modus operandi of this government.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, if we're going to have a discussion about confusion and misleading of the Canadian people on this issue, then I really do insist that the member opposite, my colleague within the Vice Chair of our Standing Committee on National Defence, the member for Scarborough Guild, would take some considerable share of the responsibility. Because there has not been a true word spoken by any of the members of his party on this issue through the life of this debate. And it's now several weeks, Madam Speaker, and Canadians deserve better. Now, we had noticed that there would be a question from the honourable member opposite about how we should model our selection of an aircraft to replace the CF-18 on India's selection process. That was the notice that we had. Obviously, the members moved on from that to the question of costs and life cycle costs. It has been discussed in various committees now. It has been discussed in this place many times now. And the facts here are very clear, Madam Speaker. And let me try to be absolutely clear for the member and for all of us. First, full life cycle costs are the only basis on which an acquisition of this aircraft will take place. That was the central conclusion of the Auditor General's Spring Report, Chapter 2, of which we are all seized. That was the focus of the recommendation, the one recommendation in that report. And that recommendation, along with the conclusions of the report, let me repeat, have been accepted by this government. So we are moving to determine what those full life cycle costs are. But to say that somehow we know them but haven't informed Parliament, that they are in this office or not in that office, is misleading, because they have yet to be determined in the future. And we have been extremely clear about that. No procurement has taken place. Not a penny of Canadian government money, taxpayers' money, has been spent on the acquisition of a new aircraft for Canada. And we will only be prepared to undertake that acquisition on the basis of full life cycle costs. Now, lots of other costs have been put forward, cost projections, cost estimates. The member mentioned some of them. But, Madam Speaker, this is the point that is missed. Nothing, absolutely nothing, has been hidden. The number that was used on several earlier occasions, but discussed in committee, was acquisition costs. That's a one-off cost for new equipment, and the sustainment costs, the setup, the new arrangements that you need when you have a new piece of equipment. That was the basis on which the member opposite's party announced their own procurement of a maritime helicopter in 2004. There was no mention of full life cycle costs when this party was in power. That basis for an announcement struck them as adequate at that time. There was no problem. Now suddenly Ils sont dans tous leurs états because we have not met a standard that they never set for themselves. And Madam Speaker, let me reassure this House, we will meet that standard on the basis of the work of a Secretariat, on the basis of cost estimates that will be presented to this House not once, but annually until the acquisition takes place. And on the basis of the 7-point plan, which has been exhaustively debated here in question period, in committee, in the Public Accounts Committee, where many of us have had the pleasure to be recently with deputy ministers and soon with the parliamentary budget officer. These are concrete steps to ensure that when the acquisition takes place, and here is a point on which the opposition has really not been sound. They haven't reminded Canadians that the acquisition has yet to take place, that a contracting arrangement to acquire new aircraft has not yet been entered into. But when it takes place, it will be on the basis of full life cycle costs. Of that, you can rest assured, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I'm sure you feel greatly comforted by that speech, Madam Speaker. Strangely enough, I don't. It's an ironic argument to say, well, it's all right to lie to you as long as we don't spend any money. Because that's the core argument. Well, we haven't actually spent any money. Well, ironically, before this member came to this House, the government opposite would say, "Wow, we've got a contract here, and we're stuck with this, and it's all your fault, you bad old Liberals." Well, actually, now they're changing their tune because they don't actually have a contract and never have had a contract. So the ever-shifting sands of excuses and failure to take responsibility gets actually a little tiresome. And I just draw to the honourable member's attention so that we all are on the same page. It's difficult to get them to the same pages, but 6 years ago, the Costing Handbook, 2nd edition, April 2006, shortly after the Conservatives became the government, sets out how you're supposed to do it. 6 years later, we're still trying to get them to do it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, the acquisition hasn't taken place. Funds are frozen, pending. All of the 7 steps that have been identified being passed through, pending the scrutiny of this House of full life cycle costs. We don't see what more the honourable member could be asking for. And before harsh language is used about misleading this House, and that is really what the honourable member said, could he once again do us all the courtesy of distinguishing apples from oranges? He said that there was no contract, that there was no obligation on the part of Canada when this government took over in 2006. There was, Madam Speaker. There was an MOU that a Liberal government had entered into for the development of the F-35. That's a different program. It has generated contracts for Canadians. It has, the Auditor General mentioned it, changed the environment in which the replacement of the CF-18s is taking place. The 2 programs have a relationship. The member would do well to recognize that the relationship between the 2 began under his government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today as a follow-up to a question I posed in February about the government's decision to raise the age of eligibility for old age security from age 65 to 67. At the time, the Minister of HRSDC replied that this was not a problem since the government would be making the change gradually. Since I was unable to immediately inform the government that there was indeed a problem, I requested this adjournment debate. Madam Speaker, many Canadians will remember that today is the 1-year anniversary of the last federal election. It was 1 year ago today that Jack Layton's hard work bore so much fruit and New Democrats found their message struck a chord with Canadians who had grown weary of being told what could not be done. More than 4.5 million voters rewarded us with their confidence so that we could come to this place and work on what can be done.
New Democrats campaigned on a platform that was centered on working together to find solutions to our problems. One of the main objectives are of our platform was and still is to eliminate poverty among seniors. New Democrats see improving public pensions as the cornerstone of an even better Canada, which is still possible despite the chronic lack of imagination on the part of the government.
I think it goes without saying that the Conservatives did not run a campaign that showcased most of the divisive actions they have undertaken in the first year of this Parliament. And they most certainly did not run on a platform that sought to change the eligibility criteria for old age security. Nor did they run on limiting debate on legislation that crucially impacts our environment, our healthcare system, our justice system, our finances, or even OAS, as we saw the government leader do just not too long ago, just a few minutes ago. He basically gave notice on limiting debate on a crucial bill that will see the implementation of the budget. Now, they toss around claims that public pensions are suddenly unsustainable, despite evidence that shows this is not the case. We know the Parliamentary Budget Officer, along with other economists and pension experts, have already stated that OAS is sustainable. Even the OECD agree this is the case. If the Conservatives who stand alone and claim otherwise, it is them. They tell us that Canadians are living longer, yet ignore statistics showing this is not universal among our population. They ignore the fact that Canadians with shortest life expectancy are the same people who will likely require OAS payments to augment any pension they may have earned. These are Canadians who endured long-term unemployment, have lower proportions of high school and university educations. They come from smaller immigrant populations and larger Aboriginal populations, and include those Canadians living in rural and remote locations. I am sure for people who have never worked manual labor, never spent a day in a bush camp or a mine, for those people, 2 extra years may not sound like much, but it is. Madam Speaker, these changes are not about making professionals retire at age 65. It is about forcing workers to plug away for 2 more years, long years before qualifying for the program they rely on to be able to retire on.
After all, well, when will the government show some compassion and backtrack on these changes to old age security, which will affect the poorest Canadians?
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the member for Algoma, Manitoula and Kapuskasing for her question.
The anniversary that we are all marking today, and also the question of imagination. And I think if she does look back over this government's record over the past year, she will see a lot of imagination in the breadth and the depth of the measures we have taken to ensure that growth, employment, jobs, and long-term prosperity remain central to this Parliament's work and central to our government's program. She also seemed to be uncertain as to whether our program, Old Age Security, was sustainable or unsustainable, and she cited the OECD. But, Madam Speaker, I think the essential point here is that most jurisdictions within the OECD have already acted on this. And we, in Canada, by taking the measures we are taking, are only recognizing what has been known to responsible stewards of the public trust and of our budgetary future to be necessary for some time. So let me assure the member opposite of some facts related to the changes we'll be making to OAS. First, no current beneficiaries will be affected. People currently receiving old age security will not lose a cent. The changes we're making begin in 2023, as she knows, and will gradually, over a period of 6 years, raise eligibility by 2 years. And as announced in Canada's Economic Action Plan, which we're debating in this place this week, we will be discussing the impact of this change on the Canada Pension Plan, disability and survivor benefits with the provinces and territories as part of the next triennial review. I can also assure the member that the government will make the necessary changes to federal income support programs that provide benefits until age 65, including those offered by Veterans Affairs and Aboriginal Affairs, to ensure they are aligned with changes to OAS. We'll also compensate the provinces for the net additional costs they face, resulting from the increase in the age of eligibility for OAS. So, Mr. Speaker, Canadians need to know that because of our aging population, because our birth rate is lower than it has been in the past, and because life expectancy has gone up, these measures are prudent, these measures are necessary. In fact, by 2030, for the first time ever, we will have more people over the age of 65 than under the age of 20. The number of seniors will double over the next 2 decades. And this is not unique in the world. The United Nations reports that in 2005, 10% of the world's population was 60 years or older. By 2050, this number will reach 22%. Si nous avons moins...
With fewer workers, we may be less productive, which could affect economic growth.
Workers paying taxes, we may face a shortfall in revenue, and that's why changes to OAS are needed now. But let me be clear, Madame la Présidente, these changes will not affect CPP. It's funded through premiums paid by employers, employees, and the self-employed. It's contribution-based, earnings-related, social insurance program, and it is a secure plan, regarded internationally as a model, actuarially sound, and recently confirmed to be such by the chief actuary to be sustainable for the next 75 years. So, Madame la Présidente, let me highlight some of the measures our government has introduced to demonstrate our commitment to supporting people with disabilities. We've ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. We've created the Registered Disability Savings Plan to help those with disabilities and their families save for the future. And we've created an Enabling Accessibility Fund that has helped people with disabilities participate more fully in their communities by improving access to facilities, activities, and services. Madame la Présidente, our government supports the full inclusion of all Canadians in our workplace and our society. We are anxious to see Canadians who are leading longer lives benefiting from these strong social programs by any international standard well into the future in the decades and generations to come. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing.
Is missing the point by claiming people will have time to adapt. They don't see that for many people who rely on OAS, there is no option to adapt. S'ils veulent forcer les gens à prendre en main...
The government needs to realize that if they want to force people to take their fate in their own hands, they can do something to help people find jobs, especially in rural and northern areas.
Policy that favors the export of raw bitumen from Canada has a strong and negative effect on more traditional employers in Canada. It has savaged what little remains of our manufacturing sector, and other resource sectors like forestry have been hit hard by a high dollar. Certainly, Madam Speaker, if you say something enough times, you will start to believe it. That is the basis of cognitive therapy, but it doesn't excuse the wrong-headed premises that lay at the heart of changing the age of eligibility for OAS. Will this government reconsider this decision and give hard-working Canadians some hope for their future entitlement?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And, Madam Speaker, I fail to see, I think all of us on this side fail to see how our promotion of the oil sands as one of the keys of to Canada's economic future could have anything other than benefit for the ability of this country to support programs like OAS, to support a strong workforce that will continue to support CPP in the decades and over the generations to come. This is one of the strengths of this country, Madam Speaker. And anyone in this House who thinks that responsible development of natural resources has not been a feature of this country's growth, progress, advancement over centuries is misreading the history of this country. Let me make one point clear. We will ensure Canadians have enough time to adjust their retirement plans so that they can adapt to any changes to OAS. We will also work to ensure that federal income support programs aligned to age 65 are changed so that Canadians are not adversely affected. Our government is being responsible by taking into account the reality of an aging population. Ignoring this problem would be a dangerous course of action, putting retirement benefits of future Canadians at risk. And our government will make the changes necessary to ensure sustainability for the next generation while not affecting current recipients or those close to retirement. and we will do so in a fair manner. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
La motion portant.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been put. The House is therefore adjourned until Thursday, 10 a.m. Pursuant to Standing Order 24.
Thank you.